Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'm laughing because it seems like whenever I turn this on, a truck suddenly goes by. It can be quiet all morning, and then suddenly it's like, oh, she's streaming, let's go. Anyway, hello. Welcome back to Atelier Nikozuki live stream. My name is Katie. Today is Friday, August 22nd, 2025, and we are getting ready for Knit City Vancouver. So what we're working on today, I wavered on what we were actually going to work on today, but I'm being good, and we're going to work on some of the stuff that has been like in process but not finished. Some of these aren't that old, some of them are a little bit older. What I was really tempted to actually cut and work on was another spring roll pouch, but I have picked up the cat head pouches that hadn't been finished last year, so that's what we're going to work on first, and then we're going to start working on the small box bag that I keep talking about, because they're nearly done. Well, no, they're ready to go, I guess that's the better description. And honestly, they do need a little bit of a restock, not desperately, but it's not going to hurt to have them restocked for Knit City. If you're joining me because you met me at Vibrations, welcome. Thank you so much. If you're joining me and just want to hear about how Vibrations went, welcome. It was really good. It was my second best one-day show ever. The first year at Dawson Creek still tops it, but not by much. It very nearly met the same numbers as that day, so I am extremely pleased. Would it be worth it if we weren't in the circumstances that we were of like having family to stay with and stuff? No, but there's a lot more for the kids to do that than Dawson Creek, so that was good too. They were well entertained. No, and it was a really good show, really good energy. Almost nearly a completely new customer base, which was super exciting as well. And just, it was good. I really enjoyed it. Victoria was spectacular, although we did bring the cold and the wet with us. It did sound like they needed it, though. I think we've ended up with the majority of the rain this year. Sorry. But yeah, it was a good show. It was well organized. Setup went extremely smooth, like one of the smoothest setups I've ever had. I was in a good spot. It was quiet for about the first 20 minutes, and then everyone descended on the Kato bag, so thank you. We will be restocking are we surprised? No, I'm not surprised. We'll be restocking Kato bags for Knit City. Yeah. So the plan right now, I did actually make a plan for cuts. There's like a whole thing of like, we've got certain things we need to cut and certain things we'll need to finish. And we are going to go through that list right now so that I don't have to continuously repeat it. So we have, I've also got the list of like anime we need to do. So for cuts, because we will need to do some cuts, we need to do Kato. We also need to finish up the batch that I have here. So that's it's kind of a twofold thing there. Sorry, these ears take a little bit of precision. So we've got Knit City cuts. We've got to cut Kato, mini traveler sling, backpacks, luggage tags, vinyl fronted pouch from YouTube, cake cozies, triangle pouch. We are testing, and so these might move into the cuts. The spring roll pouch, which I did actually finish one yesterday. I am very pleased with the shape of it and everything like that. It still is testing my like limits a little bit, but you know what? It doesn't matter. This isn't completely finished. I got to get better at here and like basically just getting the zipper in, which is just going to be time and practice. So these will probably be at a little bit lower price point until I do get that done. I do also need to finish the interior, which is going to help it like sit, but otherwise that's what it's going to look like once it's finished. I'm going with the spring roll pouch because we don't have to do binding. I fucking hate binding. So I've got to experiment one more time with it. I am set on it going into production, but I do need to experiment with it one more time. This one was done with stabilizer, and actually the pattern calls for a like fleece, like a fusible, well, actually not even a fusible fleece, but a fleece. And honestly, I should have just followed that to begin with because I think it's probably the best option. I did stabilizer because I like the like really stiff version of it, but the stabilizer is going to be easier to sew with the seams. So we're going to go back to that. I just realized I should have grabbed my shears out of the truck. Shit. Oh well. Okay. Well, I'll set those aside because I guess I could trim them down with the pinking shears, but we're not going to do that right now. So yeah, so we're experimenting with that. We're going to experiment with the Stitch and Go case, which is a cross stitching case for like carrying all the bits and bobs around for a project. And then we're going to also do the passport folder edition, which basically means I'm going to go in and we're going to test out adding in the canvas to the edges to basically add a frame to the passport folder exteriors. I think that'll work because basically right now all that's happened is that they are like not quite able to close up nicely around the fabric. Makes sense because I added in lots of interfacing. We also have a twill lining versus a quilt cotton lining. So to hopefully salvage the cuts that we've already done, we're going to try adding in like, I think it only needs to be 1 inch with a tight seam allowance of canvas. That's the annoying part, it's not even that much. So basically if you end up with a quarter, so I'm adding an inch of fabric, and if you end up with a 1/4 inch seam allowance on both sides, it's only going to be like a 1/2 inch of fabric. So maybe we'll do like 1 1/4 just so it's a little bit more impactful. I also don't want it loose, but considering that's going to fold over, I'm not too concerned about that. So okay, this one needs to be stitched with white because otherwise you'll see that dark stitching through very easily. So that's a passport folder. And then the vinyl embroidery pouches that I've been meaning to make. I hope I didn't fuck up the cuts too much because I realized that I could actually make them very, like, basically like the welt pockets on the almost like a welt pocket, or like a la the luggage tags that we're going to be making. Basically you sew a box and then you cut out the fabric in the box and then you fold it out, and I'm like, well, why didn't I think of that? And then I will insert the vinyl in there. Actually, I could sew the even better thing so that we don't have raw vinyl. We'll try this on the luggage tags, is we could insert it as one of the layers, and then we would have to cut each piece of fabric out separately, but who the fuck cares? That works. And then we're going to need to fit because the stash of bookmarks is actually getting quite diminished, and we've got a whole stack here to do, so we may as well. And then needle stashes, which just need their thingamabobbers in them, the snaps, small box bags, and some tote bags. Tote bags have been the worst sellers this year, which is something that I've kind of been discussing recently. So I'm assessing what's kind of going to be brought into 2026, and I think, well, we're going to make the rest of the tote bags that we have cut. Obviously, I'm not changing that up. And then I think we just won't make any for a while. The one, though, that I think I'm cutting for now, because it's only sold a few, it is selling, but it's not selling fast, is the large box bag. I think that is in part because people can parse what the Kato is faster. And also, it's a little bit more universal, and it kind of fills the space of the large box bag. So I think the large box bag might be out for a while. Not that I'm going to stop making it all the time. I think what I'll do is I'll end up putting it in for like pre-orders and stuff like that. But I do think that it is kind of on the chopping block. And then the small box bag is selling moderately. So that is something we'll keep around for a little bit. Also, I think part of this is that it's like half my events this year have not been knitting events, and I do think that those are very specific for the knitting community. I finished all those reversible drawstring bags, and then I realized that I did not have like a lighter or anything to finish the ribbons, so I was not able to put them out for stock. Very annoyed. I did also just find a stack of them. I cleared up my part of why I wasn't on yesterday is I was kind of plotting out and also tidying up my studio a little bit. Gentle reset. We're gonna do one more move in here at the beginning of September. When we moved in the room around in like February, March, we moved everything out of that back room. But that did create problems for the fabric storage, and I do like having everything in one room, but the big thing is that the kids don't like being segregated into that room. They like hanging out in this room, so they're out here constantly anyway. So I looked at Dallas and I'm like, okay, between the couple of factors of like the kids like to be out in the room, and honestly it's harder to store the fabric in this room than that room, because that room I can close the blind and close the door and the fabric is like safe from sun and everything, whereas down here I like having my windows open when I'm working, and so that makes it more difficult to just have everything like good. So I told him, I'm like, okay, we're doing one more move. This one's pretty straightforward. At least we don't really have to do anything except for move stuff. He did suggest that we clean the carpets. I was like, yeah, that's probably a good idea. So I think what we'll do, it's going to be like the first couple of days that the kids are in school full time, because their schedules are shifting September 2nd. We'll do like a we're just going to do it, because basically it'll be like move their stuff out, clean the carpet, wait for the carpet to dry, obviously, then move my stuff in, clean the carpet out here, and then like do the last arrangement sort of thing. We'll probably have to clean the carpet like in stages out here, unless it's good weather, and then we can put everything on the deck for them and stuff. Anyway, not a big studio move like some of them have been, but just that final shuffle to try and get it so that the spaces are usable for both myself and the children. And given that they do like to hang in there, and it feels weird not to have them around, so that's what Dallas is like, that makes way more sense. I'm like, exactly. And then it's basically the same amount of space as what they have in there anyway, so the worst part's going to be like for Dallas, we'll be hanging the TV, I think. Though honestly, I think he probably can move most of the stuff around, so maybe I can still keep sewing and he can move the furniture around. Because it's not like it's anything like decision making or fiddly or anything like that. It's literally just, all right, get this moved out, get that moved in, and we're good. All right, that one's already finished. It just needed a cleanup of its closing seam down here at the bottom, so that's what we did. It looks better. Actually, a little bit more cleanup. There we go. And I'm actually going to go in and blend these two seams, because it looks like I ended up not capturing the seam that's the full top stitch. There we go. Yeah, so the drive out was good. We drove out to Revelstoke on Tuesday night. Basically we split the drive. We stayed at the Stoke Hotel. It's actually pretty good. It's definitely an older hotel that's been like updated, but like there's nothing wrong with that. It was definitely one of the cheaper options in Revelstoke, and that's not saying much. My God, hotel prices have gone up. Now I knew it was going to be a bit more expensive because obviously we're traveling in the summer, blah, 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 blah. But anyway, I'm going to just stitch these with dark stitching, because honestly, if I don't, I'm not going to get them finished. This is abnormal. I would normally do these with like, or we could swap to white on top afterwards. Okay, yeah, let's go with the white on top that I was planning. There's some of the bookmarks we're going to finish later. Yeah, so no, it's good. There's a lot of construction along the Trans-Canada still, as there always is. Which wasn't too bad though, although we ended up hitting some of the evening work because they're blasting from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And because of course we were later, we got caught up in that. Not too bad, it was like a 20-minute stoppage. It was a, I did not like driving through it though, because it was like they just had blasted. And so there's a bunch of like rock dust that was making it hard to see, and it's dark, and it's one of those points in the road where it's just like tight anyway, which is why they're upgrading into a 4-lane across Canada, or at least through BC right now. I don't know about the rest of Canada, so. Yeah, that was fun. Fun. And then we got through and just made our reservation on the other side, and our ferry had mechanical issues, or they had mechanical issues earlier in the day, and then that delayed our ferry. So we ended up on the, instead of the 4 o'clock ferry, we ended up on the 5 o'clock ferry, which worked out. That's fine. Next year we're just going to book the 5 or 6 o'clock ferry, and then we will, it'll be better as long as I get accepted back into vibrations, which I hope we do. I do. The royal we. Yeah. Now, like, so we're just getting ready for Knit City. It's like we will be staying up in 5 weeks, which is insane. That one needs white stitching. Lynn's like, you prepared this basket just for me, didn't you? Yeah. Hi. Yeah. We started the new meds for my diabetes on the Monday before we left, and they are working extremely well. I have very few complaints, especially now that so it's Ozempic. It's a GLP-1. I am on it to treat my diabetes. Weight loss is a nice side effect, and already occurring. It's wild how it works. Basically, you eat, and it's like stuff that I would like. Okay, so the best example I had is that we've been doing a lot of frozen lasagna from Costco, because it's decently straightforward and easy for me to prep while the kids are at school and I'm still working or doing my run or whatever like that on the treadmill. But I think I cooked it on like the Saturday, and to feel satisfied I needed 2 pieces. And then I took the medication on Monday, had cooking another lasagna that night, and was satisfied with 1 piece. In fact, couldn't really eat a second. And so part of basically what happens is this is synthetic GLP-1. There are G cells in your stomach, and what it does is it basically signals to the G cells. The GLP-1 tells the cells that you're full. It's like that's satiety. And so what ends up happening is, because these G cells are satisfied, your pancreas is creating insulin consistently, which is super cool. And so with the diabetes, that's the part that's really neat, is now I'm like eating and satisfied and not having spikes. And because it's a smart drug technically, it's like I haven't had to worry about lows or anything like that either, because it's like I'm still getting hungry and stuff like that. It goes up and down. Anyway, there are definitely drawbacks to it in this adjustment period. Obviously, there's drawbacks to all medication, but so far it's working really well for my diabetes. Like, I have not seen the spikes in my sugars like I was having even a few weeks ago. I haven't tested it with my running gels yet, which is one thing I am concerned about. I haven't really had a long enough run to like justify testing with it, so I will have to try that. It does not like high sugar foods. Makes sense. I shouldn't be eating a lot of high sugar foods anyway. But at the same time, I'm finding that it's not restricted my diet overly either. It just means like a lot of the stuff that I eat, I just eat it over a longer period of time now. So for lunch, I sit down and I only eat a portion of the food, and then that becomes snacks for later, instead of eating the whole portion of food and then also having snacks later. So we'll see if this continues. I'm on the lowest dose right now, and it does feel like I might need to go up to a higher dose, but that's something I'll discuss with my doctor, obviously. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see that this is working for me. And I do understand it's like, it's not a good option for everyone, obviously. Just like most, like, yeah. My experience isn't gonna be your experience. But yeah, I kind of had been fighting this for a little bit. I was like, oh, the clickless eye's working fine. And then it's like, and it just wasn't anymore. So here we are. The other portion of this that I am a little bit concerned about is like making sure that I am actually properly fueled for running. I'm like, that might get a bit more difficult. Although most races are on Sundays, and if I'm taking it on Monday, I did find that my appetite went up throughout the week as I was like, as the medication was kind of waning. So maybe that'll help. And carbo load on Saturday night still. Friday, Saturday. Osaka Marathon has gone to lottery, so we're waiting on results for that. I'll hear back on the Friday of Knit City setup. I will not be upset if I don't get in. I'm kind of like, if I don't get in off the lottery, kind of be a bit of a relief. I'll be mad. Yeah. No, I won't be mad. Sorry. I was going to make a joke there, but I couldn't make it swing properly. So I do have to go for my run later today. It was this morning, just was not it. So I will be heading out a little bit early, but we'll see what we can get done between now and then. It's a 5K simulation run, so. Oh yeah, the biggest adjustment was it was like GI distress. So it was like constipation and then not suddenly. There's a lot of rushing to the washroom last week, and it's like, God damn it, of course I'd be on vacation. That seems to have resolved this week, which I'm like, thank God. Also probably didn't help that I was like on my period when I started it. It's like, I put this new medication through its paces this week. So. We got 3 more weeks until, yeah, we start kindergarten. The eldest is very excited for that, which is awesome. And they'll both be full-time, which will be good for me. I know it's only like a couple extra days, but honestly, it's going to be like revolutionary for just mental space. And then, yeah, mental space especially. So yeah, the number one seller at Vibrations was definitely the Kato, which is wild to me. Well, it's not, but it was like, I don't even remember how many we got done, because there's a few that ended up in the reject pile for various reasons. But yeah, thank you for your support on those guys. I do adore those bags, so I'm glad they're getting the attention they deserve. We need to add in a wide bottom tote, like bucket without a drawstring bag, I guess might be the best description. I don't know how tall, like I want it, in my head this thing is fairly wide, maybe like what the large wedge bag used to be, but a bit taller. And with those, I was chatting about maybe doing like skinny leather handles kind of thing, like riveting in skinny leather handles. So a little bit of an elevated large wedge bag, no zipper, just a snap, maybe a pocket, like a slip pocket on the one side. Yeah, that would look really fucking cool. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So it's like, and then the question becomes, do we do a canvas bottom or do we just do fully obi or kimono? Because in my head it's obi or kimono, it's not cotton and cotton linen blends. Oh, jeez. Okay. There is 100% still thread in there. So what are you doing? Oh, because it was literally, that was the last of the thread. All right. La, 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 la. Okay, I need another spool up here. Oh my goodness. Oh. Cat stitches. Cat stitches. Oh. Yeah, one big thing that I'll add back in once the kids are in school too. I know this is terrible. It's like, why would you wait a couple extra weeks? But gym, I need to go do my weightlifting and everything like that. So that'll be fun. Actually, no, do you know what? It will be a canvas bottom, because what we can do that, because the OB are very specific width, they won't actually fit the measurements of the large wedge bag as it was. So we'll frame the OB fabric in canvas. Yeah, I think that'll look good. Not wax canvas, just regular canvas. Oh yeah, I like that idea. And then and then all the riveting and everything like that can occur on the canvas as well. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll do, yeah, it'll be OB. Okay, I need to write that down so because decisions have been made. So yeah, we got Knit City, and then we have Fibre Shindig. Claire emailed the other day, and she's like, "There's 2 months left," and I'm like, "Oh my god." Late, I guess it's like, would you count this as mid or late August now? I don't know. I still feel like it's, no, it's late August now. Never mind. We're over the 20th, 21st, so. Gross. No. Okay, there is all the small box bag handles, dark top stitched. The next set has to be white top stitch, which we will swap the thread now. We do have cotton and stuff to sew, but it will be later. So we'll swap the threads now. Do I have anything? Okay, yeah, there's a couple things over there that need dark top stitching, but they can happen later. I do have cotton drawstrings. Maybe it might be a good one to add on right now. Drawstrings. There was a whole stack of cotton drawstrings right here. There they are. Cotton drawstrings. 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 Can't remember if we've got interiors for all of these. Yes, we do. Okay, cool. Do we have the interiors done for the other bin as well? Maybe? I can't tell. Doesn't really matter right now. We'll deal with that later. That also looks like a drawstring. Okay. Yeah, I need my shears, and then those cat head pouches can be turned. Our youngest was feral on this trip. I was like, ooh, kid. Definitely a lot more emotional regulation needed from us in the last little bit. Because I was discussing it with Dawson. I'm like, has it felt like it's been more recently? It's like, yes. I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy then. He was like, they got a hold of my perfume from our wedding. And sprayed like, okay, so I've used maybe a third of the bottle since we got married 11 years ago, and now it's down to half. And it seems like all of it was sprayed on our bed. They'd gotten it a couple weeks before, so I put it on a shelf above our bed, and thinking it was out of their reach. Joke's on me, it was not out of their reach. And yeah, now we're down to a half bottle from a third. I'm just like, oh. So it's like we walked into the house from vacation after a week, and the house still smelled like perfume, mostly concentrated in our room, on our sheets and everything like that. So Dallas like actually had a bit of a reaction to it in the middle of the night, bad enough that he's like, I can't breathe properly. So we stripped the bed, swapped the sheets. Thankfully we had another set of sheets to do that with, but it was just like, holy shit. We figured he probably heated it up with his body, and then it just like became way too much for his system. At least that's what we're hoping, because he's never had a reaction to it actually when I've been wearing it, but obviously I'm wearing it in like maybe 1, 2, like 2 at max kind of spritzes. So yeah, the plan kind of this weekend is hopefully be able to come on and stream at night. My energy levels are still kind of mostly I think again because of the demands of like the regulation throughout the day. Now when I say that, does that mean that I'm perfect? No. The youngest definitely gotten shit for like squishing the cat the other day. Just stupid stuff like that. So yeah. And I think I have some sort of family thing tomorrow. I don't know. I just texted to find out, but I think we're supposed to be going out for a wiener roast, so we'll see. We do have to go for groceries tonight because it's like our whole like week got thrown off for like scheduling for that stuff. So it's like, okay, go get groceries tonight. Which if I do them tonight, then we shouldn't have to go for them next week, which would be good. We did not get to go peach picking. There were no peaches to be picked. The orchard that I've had like on the list for the past few years is opening the rows again today. I was like, oh damn it. So we went and did cherries instead. And then we did stop at a farm stand on the way out and get peaches. They are delicious. Some of the juiciest peaches I've had in years. But I guess, yeah, that's part of it too, is I got to find out when my mother-in-law's home so that we can do jam probably Monday. And we should by Monday because they're going to start turning. Some cobblers and some jam. I adore peach jam. It's so good. Yeah. It was a weird trip out to Victoria. I think we were both like looking. We have a very pretty like standardized routine that we do when they're out there usually, and it was thrown off this time in part because of like the rain, because mostly we're just planning to be down at like the beach and the playground and stuff like that, because we're foothills kids. But it rained, and then Dallas had a trail run and or trail race, not just a trail run. I had the show, like it was just kind of all over the place. So good and different, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it was interesting. Yeah, and then we did though. So the first day we were there Thursday morning. We got there like Wednesday evening. So Thursday morning we went for a walk down on the breakwater, Ogden Point, and it was so clear. We saw like anemone and sea urchins and probably some sea stars, but it was probably like hard to see that they were sea stars. We definitely saw a shit ton of sea stars at Dawson on the ferry bumpers, which was super cool. And then the best part of that walk was, well, that was cool. Anemones and sea urchins are super cool. But then there was a baby seal and mama seal. Like, baby seal was like lounging on a log, pier, prop, something. And mama was right underneath them, so that was super cool to see too. We did get to a beach in Vernon. We went to Kin Beach, which was really nice. It was pretty quiet in the morning because we ended up doing cherries the night we arrived, and then we did the beach the next morning. The youngest really liked that. It was really good for them. So we'll make sure to we gotta do more stuff like that. Yeah, it was good. I read Problematic Summer Vacation. I took 4 books. I did not touch anything until we were in Vernon. Are you surprised? I'm not. Hell, I barely did any like audiobook listening even. I did some on my runs, and that was pretty much it. But I did get through, yeah, I finished Problematic Summer Vacation by Allie Hazelwood on Wednesday. Good, but I think I preferred Deep End personally. I really like Allie Hazelwood though, like it was good enough. But I did like Deep End better. The dedication's like, for Jen, who asked for mess, or for messy, here you go. And it was like, yes, this is messy. So, there is that, but it was good. The next read for book club is the Laura Thalassa, her most recent, like, I think it's supposed to be like a quintet. Right now, the quintet, the one that just came out is like 2.5. It's a sequel, or prequel sequel to the first 2 books. From reading the description, I would highly recommend reading the first 2 first. But I haven't actually read or listened to it yet, so we'll figure it out here. Anyway, that's the next read / listen. I'm still working on Fairytale because, as we all know, that was like 30 hours. It's good. It's actually really good. It got recommended as a bamboozlement, and yeah, it's got like reincarnation and not fae, but fae-ish. We're getting some like details right now that are really good. I still have 6 hours left. I'm like, all right. Still don't quite know how this is going to wrap up. But anyway, it's good. The spicy bits are very spicy and like enjoyable. So that's always nice. Oh, come on. Fold. Fold. There we go. Yeah. Thank you. It was awesome to meet you. I really like Victoria. I like visiting Victoria. We had previously discussed moving out to the island. I'm like, I'd miss the mountains too much. Although there are like perks to not having snow too. So it's like, But I do love coming out to visit. I love how much my at elevation training helps when I'm running out in Victoria. That's one of the really nice things. Probably gonna be here and my like watch will be like, you suck. And I'll be like, yes, because I was running along the coastline last week. I was glad that it was like such good weather on Sunday too. Instead of like rain or anything like that. And it wasn't raining during setup. That was one of the best parts of that day. Or takedown. There was no rain during takedown either, which is like, oh, thank goodness. Yeah, and we'll be doing, it's actually good too, because then I got to scope out more or less what's going to probably be happening for construction in September, which doesn't look like there's going to be anything major. Some of the projects actually wrap up or will be like in the break period, since like the dusting is happening at night. Like we won't encounter that, and we won't be through that section early enough for us to encounter it either. 'Cause 7 a.m. Yeah, we'll be leaving here about 5. And when I say we, I mean myself and Tara. Val's staying home with the kiddos because I don't want them missing, well, it's like the first, 3 weeks of kindergarten. So I don't want the eldest missing a day this early in the school year. So yes, I can see that. Yeah, we actually did seriously look at it when we were, or like coastal area when we were moving, but I was like, yeah, mountains. And we always get out and it's like the traffic. We don't have the same kind of traffic in Calgary. No, I think Calgary was built more car centric than Victoria is like the big thing, but traffic is actually one of the big detractors for us. All right, I'm gonna get through the remainder of these Kato drawstrings because we desperately need Kato. I think that should, like, we'll finish, I think we should still finish the small box bag cuts that I have, or at least a good chunk of them maybe, and then we definitely need to go in and cut more Kato bags. So that is the one thing about potentially taking out the large box bags is we'll end up maybe with double the Kato, or maybe I just figure out another use for it. Yeah, I don't envy you that. I learned how to drive in like Invermere Radium, and sorry, I just got a text about tomorrow. And it was a lot of highway driving. That's what I ended up with, which was excellent because now I'm not scared of highway driving in the least. Which I know can be an issue if you're only doing city driving as well. Well, okay, that's wrong. I do worry about highway driving, but it's not daunting. There we go. Considering that I have to do it all the time to go back and forth into Calgary, it can't be, so. And our ongoing sagas about how we're going to have to book our flights. We figured out that if we have two companion vouchers, because we both have the WestJet credit card, because the companion voucher should technically advantage us. It does not really. But the points do because of the Tokyo flights. Anyway, besides the point in some ways. I figured out that I can't book both children with me if I'm using the companion voucher. It's like only one kid can book with you. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, just use a companion voucher for one child. So I think the way around this is I'll just have to end up phoning in. But why we've decided that both kids will go on my booking or with me in general is because if Dallas was to use his companion voucher and not be able to like fly, both their flights are canceled. Whereas if I do the booking with me, it's just easier. Now we were saying that we would just do cash with him, but I think I still have more points. So when we go to book, we'll figure it all out and see, but we'll have to book his cash or like, yeah, one cash, one not. Cause like I won't miss the flight, but he has the potential to miss it because he's flying in from work. And then we're like leaving. He's basically not going to see home for like a month and a half because he'll fly in on Monday. We will leave. And then we come back and he gets on the like work flight that night. I wonder if you could find out if he could work from home. That might be better, but yeah. Yeah, Manitoba would be even more of a different situation than here. I did still have to parallel park, and I did do my test in a truck. Although that has served me well because like now I can drive a truck and I can drive smaller vehicles in general easier, which is nice. And that's all we had, so that's what you learn in. So, but yeah, now it's like the Jeep even feels small, which is awesome. And the faded, oh jeez, what? You failed your test because someone ran a red. That sucks. I had an extremely lenient tester and I probably should have failed, but he did not fail me. I'm like, okay, I'll take it. I don't think it was anything like, there was a rolling stop, so I didn't stop at the stop sign long enough. And something else. I'm very conscious of it now though, to not do a rolling stop, so I guess it worked out better. I've also had my license for however long now, so 17 years, I guess. Ah, Jesus, that's dumb. BC still does the L and N system too, right? Because I definitely went through that system, and God, I hated those magnets. Because it was like, it felt like people just acted like, it's like, oh, they're a learner driver, we're going to be more reckless around them. So stupid. Like, I get it was done with good intentions, but seriously, like, ugh, ugh. They have an N, I need to pass them like on this double solid corner. That sort of shit. Drove me nuts. Yeah. We used to have, so the written test and then one road test. For the full? Yeah, for Alberta. It was still GDL, but they got rid of it over COVID because they were finding that, or well, and like just after the peak, kind of, once we started getting vaccinated and stuff, because no one could book a test. So I would love to know the stats of like if it actually helped or not, because they'd had it in for a while. I'm hoping that the government didn't just cancel them. Like, I hope that it showed that there was no benefit to it in some ways. But I do know, I'm pretty sure that they were also finding that a lot of people were just staying on what would essentially be the N, because it's like, well, there are no restrictions on it, really, truly. And if I can't book a test anyway, like, I've already got my license, so why would I book a test and fail, I guess, even if they could. Oh, right, you did the L test to get to the N, and then an N to the, right, N to full. I forgot about that one. Wow. I considered it because of the high school credits, but it was too expensive. Probably would have benefited me. Well, I'm not a bad driver. Probably still would have benefited me, but I think at the time it was like $400 to $500, and it's like, just couldn't afford it. And I was saving up towards university instead, so it was like, all right, like 10% have tuition for the year or a driving course for 3 weeks. Okay, that's weird. Okay, another few. I'm gonna actually in your 30s with all the yes. Two very different experiences. I'm gonna finish up these drawstrings, and I am actually hungry, so I want to go have my lunch, and I'm gonna make a pot of coffee. I need shears for this one anyway because it's too wide. So shears, lunch, coffee. I know I've only just started streaming, but that's just how stuff goes some days. Why is it that like the majority of messages on Twitch are spam? Gross. I am not going to streamboo.com. At least they're consistent. The bots are consistent. It's all on this streamboo.com. I need to figure out if there's a way to like report spam on Twitch. I don't know if there is or not. Am I? Okay, good. I was like, am I winding another bobbin? But I am. Yeah, so I'll do these, and then we can swap the top thread out for white, and I'll stitch the those things, the trays. When I get back downstairs, that'll be the first thing we work on, and then we'll swap out the white thread and top stitch the remainder of the white small box bag handles. I have this hallucinatory oh, this needs to be cut down too because it's actually the same width as the bag, and that doesn't work very well. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we will mutter grumble through the rest of these top stitchings. Chat with you in a little bit. right. Oh, shit. I forgot my... God damn it. I forgot my shears. All right. I'll take you with me because I'm oh, I gotta crawl right into the back of the truck. All right. Microphone off. I'll leave you running though. I will be right back. Sorry if that was loud. Should I have given you a warning? Put this to BRB though. Okay, I have returned. I've taken off the hoodie sweater thing. Yeah, because then we can trim down these drawstrings and we can trim down the cat bags, cat head pouches, things. Oh. It's like a little bit too cool without the sweater, and it's a little bit too warm with the sweater. Oh. Like, Katie, where are you? Come back. Trucks. Okay. Yes, I am dressed for my run. I was going to go for my run this morning. Yeah. My body is on a schedule. I wanted to finish my coffee and like all that good stuff. It enjoys its schedule. So here we are. I'll go before I pick up the kids. And yeah, it's grocery shopping tonight. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, this doesn't need to be perfect, but yeah, that was too much excess to like, for me to be comfortable not taking it off. And then the same here, we need actually quite a bit off. It's like enough to make bookmarks with. Sweet. There we go. Well, at least a backup one. Bloop. It's like, ha ha ha, you can't tell me what to do. I'm going to disappear. Also, yes, our like sunflowers are, I think, they're at least 7.5 feet tall now, by the way. Almost 8 feet tall, which is insane. They're definitely taller than they were last year, which is awesome. Our peas have done really well, but they needed a trellis, so they are kind of failing at life right now, but that's okay. The chaos seeding in the garden has done well, but next year will be a little bit more regimented about it. The beets are doing really well, although they're all like in one clump, so I won't be surprised if we only get like one giant mutant beet or something like that. Dawson's like, let's not grow beets, and I'm like, yeah, but I really like beets, and we don't buy, like, again, we're almost exclusively shopping at Costco. Like, I don't see them there very often, and we don't buy beets very often because it's not like we're going to, God. Went to Safeway the other day because it was like, okay, we picked cherries, but what are we doing with cherries? I'm like, well, we'll do jam. They ate a lot of the fresh cherries. I'm not a big cherry person, everyone else is. So, and then let's make some pies. Cost us $45 to get, like, what did we end up getting? We got a carton of blueberries because they were $2 for like a decent size. And they're BC blueberries. So, blueberries, a big jug of milk, a tiny, like, the 1 cup cream, which was still more expensive than the liter of cream at Costco. A dozen eggs, 2 sets of pie crusts, because the recipe was for 2 pie crusts. Yes, we could have made the pie crusts. No, we were not going. We could have. We weren't going to. Some raw sugar. And a lemon. It was $45. It's like, how does this even work? I don't get it. Ugh. Anyway, it's good to go in and see occasionally if, like, stuff is comparable. I think the thing that came the closest was the eggs are about the same price. We go and get, like, the giant, like, 5 dozen flat. It usually lasts a few weeks, so, or a couple, like 2.5 weeks sort of thing. We like our eggs. We eat a lot of eggs. But yeah, it's like, and like Costco has gone up in price too, but God, groceries are expensive. There we go. Anyway, here we are. We are cranking along. Also, it's like, makes me really upset because it's like, well, if everyone had a little bit more expendable cash, how much more product of mine would they buy? My selfish little, like, aside about it. Because I get it. My spending's down too. Mine partly is because I'm just, like, I'm not using what I have currently, so there's no point in adding. Like, I'm actively destashing right now. Or was. And I think I'm at the point where I'm comfortable doing another one. I tend to do it in, like, sections because it's a lot of mental energy. So usually I'll do, like, a little bit and then I'll go back and I'll do a bit more, blah, 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 blah. So, and because it is an emotionally charged thing too, so there's that too. But, like, priorities have shifted. I'm not knitting the same things as not necessarily going to knit the same things. There are some things I really do still want to knit, so, like, I'm keeping that, obviously. And that's the thing about a stash, though, is it evolves, too. So if you're not using it up fast enough, then it just kind of withers. Or it can wither. Okay, I think we caught that side. Good. This is the one that's most egregiously needs a trim down. Okay, where are my pinky shears? That's the next question. And I just realized that I don't have any tags in any of these, I don't think. Definitely don't in that one. Oh well, I'm not gonna worry about it today. I'm just thinking that some of these should be turned so that we can get the top stitching done on these at least. Well, it's in the black thread mode. That definitely needs to be trimmed down. We don't need that much webbing. Sticky, shit. God fucking damn it. I didn't put any D-rings in any of these. Okay. Step away from the cat head pouches. All right. If that is not a clear indication to just move on to the next thing, I don't know what it is. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Next things next is white thread on top, black thread on bottom, because we're gonna top stitch and stitch the snap up trays because they were super popular at Vibration, so that's super cool. So why I'm doing this is because all these fabrics that are left are light on top, dark on the bottom. So I'm just basically matching at least tones, not shades, tones, light and dark, rather than like doing black top stitching or white top stitching. Harder to see the mistakes that way. No, it just doesn't look as good. Go. There is some of the bookmarks. Dawson and I were just discussing that. It's like we changed around our run schedules a little bit for this training cycle, and then he's like, I need to go back to Mondays. I'm like, fair. I think I'm going to too, because I was like, I'm going to do Tuesdays, because then it's like, it's just done. And then, but it's right now, it just gets moved around so much. And it might work for the marathon running, but like for this half, it just has not worked because it keeps getting bumped. And then I ended up doing it on Friday or something anyway. Because what I had done is I'd set Monday as my fuck around day. Of like, well, you don't have to do shit, but the kids are home right now on Mondays, so it's just like, well, that blew up in my face. So for this next training, well, I'm going to change it now. Basically put my long run today, Fridays, or no, Mondays again. And then I'm going to leave Fridays as my fuck around day. Because it is nice to have one day each week where the kids are generally in school where I don't have to worry about running. So this will be like my one designated day off. All right, we still have the tension on this set well for what we're doing, which is nice. Because I'm not seeing any peek through of black thread or anything. There we go. So yeah, I think the plan right now is I'm going to spend the weekend cutting and experimenting. And then cutting and 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 finishing up. Oh, but you can see the white. Shit. That's actually worse. Okay, so if it's popping through on the bottom, I think that means that the top is too loose. Okay, give me a second. I gotta Google this. Top thread showing through on bobbin side sewing. Okay, yeah, it's because this is probably too tight still. Which is fair. My youngest was messing around with this the other day. Okay, in that case, well, I guess we're going to take this out anyway because it looks terrible on the back. Love how it's like, I'm gonna sew today. And it's just been a lot of seam ripping. I guess it hasn't been too much seam ripping, but still. I'm gonna sew today. But this is a reminder to everyone who sews or who is thinking about sewing. Just remember, your seam ripper is your best friend. I do wish we were a little bit less well acquainted, but beggars can't be choosers. Okay, we'll see if it doesn't work this time around, then I am just going to stitch it with black thread on top when we get the black thread back into the top. It does make sense though, because this is thicker than what we were stitching for the... Yeah, because it looks fine on the handles, but that makes sense because those are thinner too, so who knows? I don't know. It's a mystery. It really needs to be lint rolled. Oh yeah, so I had been eyeing this hotel in Vernon since I was like, we're gonna go peach picking, like in 2021, I'm pretty sure. Like the youngest had just been born, sort of shit. Various reasons we haven't been able to go since that first even thought about it. Maybe been 23 or 22. Anyway, various reasons, like COVID outbreak and forest fires and finances and all of this. So anyway, but I've had this hotel on my list because it's cool. It's got like this like tropical atrium with its pool and the restaurant and all of this. It's the Prestige Vernon Lodge. It's the fancier of the two. It's a really nice hotel, honestly. Probably it is like what I would consider mid-range for summer rates for that area. So the room we had was, yeah, we had one of the like mid-range rooms as well. I didn't book us like the super high-end one, and I didn't book us a super cheap one. We were right in the middle pretty much of those options. And of course the kids are always excited when there's a pool. That pool was so fucking cold. It was like, because the kids like jumping off the edge into the pool, and they did like, I don't think the youngest had even jumped in, and they basically just dipped their toes, and they were already had chattery teeth. And I was like, oh my god. It was like so cold, it was actually miserable. It was just like, ugh. So anyway, we spent most of our time in the hot tub. The lake the next morning was warmer. So we'll remember that and plan accordingly. We also didn't check out until like 10:30 or something. Checkout was like 11. We don't normally we're like out super early. We don't normally push our checkout times that late. So it was nice though. We all needed it. It was also like a really well blackout curtained room and stuff like that, which was nice. Hi, how are you? Oh, buddy. Hello. Oh, your breath stinks. What's up? All right. We are probably about halfway done picking this out, I think. Hey, bud, don't get yourself in the way of the seam ripper, please. I know I love you too, okay? Yeah, and then yesterday was like a ridiculously early get up for Dallas. And of course the kids had like one of their worst night's sleep in like months. It's just like, oh God. So we actually came home and they had school yesterday. Actually, they've had school the last 2 days, but yesterday. And I was like, okay, we'll go home. We'll get dressed. We'll get their like lunches packed, blah, 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 blah. And then I can take them in like 7:30. No, we slept instead. We slept on the couch upstairs, actually. And it was very comfy. They were both passed out hard. So I didn't want to send them to like summer camp in a terrible mood, which is probably what would have happened if I had. So no, I'm not just throwing these threads on the floor. I do actually have a thread catcher over here. That's what I keep reaching over to put the ends in. I still can't decide if I'm a fan of cherry pie or not. I think I actually like blueberry pie better. I don't know if I'm a fan of pie. That might be the better description. But the ones we made were actually pretty good. So I'll take it. Pitting cherries sucks. And for making peach jam, we'll have to like skin and pit too. Although that is a little bit easier because basically you just dunk the peaches in like, I can't remember if it's boiling or just off boiling water. And then you can like, so basically you like score the bottom and then pop them in the water and then just like peel them from that. It is very easy. And then peaches are just easier to slice because they're larger. And we chunk them because it basically makes, it's called peach jam, but like, always reminds me of like, well, I guess it is jam. Never mind, it's not jelly, it's jam then. Okay. I think we're ready to try this again. Nope. That made it worse. Okay, so that tells me I probably need to tighten it up then. Although what it says is the other thing is it could be that the bobbin on the bottom is too loose. But considering that we don't have this issue with anything else, it's probably just the, well, okay, the youngest was messing around in here. Like, as I mentioned, they were feral. And, yeah, they were just into everything right before we left. Oh, yeah, and then we had a mini flood in the upstairs washroom, too. That was fun. An overflow flood. Which, and okay, whatever, not a big deal, just dry it up. But it escaped into the basement. Thankfully not into any of this, but into the storage room. And it didn't really, it got onto like some artwork and stuff, which does suck. It does reiterate the fact that I need to plastic bin their stuff. But it definitely could have been worse. So, because it didn't, I did actually call the home insurance because I have flooded. This house apparently is prone to water issues, but I had flooded the not like person created water issues, not like the toilet suddenly like overflows itself. But I flooded the washing machine upstairs like 2 years ago now, 3 years ago. 3, whatever. And that was a whole thing. They had to come in with like the extractors and the yeah, a bunch of shit to like try to dry it up. And so I called them again because I was like, okay, I don't have to like deal with this at all if I don't have to. And they looked at it and they're like, no, because it's wood. Basically just put a fan on it. Hey, I fixed it. So that's what I did, and it doesn't look like there's any more damage. The nice thing is that if there is, and we decide in the next couple of years to like pursue anything, it is still on our file. And since I did go through our home insurance, I got on like no fault, like we're at no fault, and the assessment was free instead of me having to call someone out. Basically, they're like, yeah, if you had to call a plumber, we don't cover that. And I'm like, no, I was able to plunge it. It's not a big deal. Okay. Perfect? No. Better? Yes. So we're just going to go with it. What it is maybe is I might need to like just go in. I think yeah, part of it is probably that we're right on the edge of like the fold, and so I just need to be working inside the fold line basically. So yeah, there's a couple little pops, but I am happy with that. That's fine. At least I'm happier with that. Dun dun dun. This can go into sewing. Rocking a headache and I can't tell. So that is one thing, is it's like, because I'm satisfied, I'm not eating as much food. And so if you've ever done a calorie deficit or just had a day where you don't eat enough, you know that feeling of like, just like, ugh. And it's wild because like I feel fine. Like I don't want to eat more is what I mean. But my body's like scrambling of like, hey, so there's not enough calories in your system and we have to dig into the fat, and that takes a lot of energy. But my stomach is like, we don't want to eat anymore either. It's wild. Could also be because it's dry too. And like versus Victoria, which was humid for us. So everyone was laughing because I was like, it's so humid for me or here. And they're like, oh, this is nothing. I'm like, I know, but I'm from Alberta. We get dryness induced nosebleeds here regularly. Just so you know, Flynn is currently on quality control inspecting duty. Or duty, whichever you would prefer. Hi, buddy. Oh, yes, I know. I know. So cute. And they were both of them were extremely happy we were home. I was home, mostly me. They were very happy I was home. I was like, yay. When we go to Japan, they're gonna go up to my mother-in-law's because I was like, they're gonna be lonely for how long we're gonna be gone. So, well, she'll get a new calendar at Christmas and we'll put the cats there. And they love going up. So even Dahlia loves actually being up at my mother-in-law's. So that's a good sign. Okay, that's a little bit too tight. Because yeah, moving off of the seam helped to like pull through, but now it's like popping on the other side, which is not quite as egregious. So we're just gonna play with it a little bit, but not too much because it's working on the bottom. Yeah, that one doesn't even have any pop through, white thread pop through. How'd the floral do? Yeah, good. Okay. Last one, and then we'll stitch the interior, and then they'll all go to the next stage, which is snaps, which we are not doing until later. Should find out if Tara feels comfortable putting snaps in or not. Or Dallas. Because the kids are definitely not old enough to do it yet. It was good. Sweet. All right. Coffee. I need to cut our grass again already. Holy. I guess it'll be 2 weeks on Monday, so it's been, what, like 10 days today? Also need to, like, looking at what's actually in that storage room, we need to go through it and decide, like, tidy it up too. Oh, and that's the other nice thing about taking over the bedroom again, is that I'll have a stock area again. Because right now that's one of the things, is I don't have a stock area. And, like, realistically, none of this stuff has been unpacked from the suitcases since the beginning of the year. But it'll still be nice to have a stock area. Excuse me. Okay. These have a template for the pokey holes. So we'll base the, like, fold up that we want to do based on the pokey holes. And this will all make sense in a moment when I come back with the pokey hole templates. Right, I have a plan. Stick to the plan, mostly. Actually, I was going to write down what we're going to do for those wide totes that I was thinking about. Oh, man. Tests. We're doing an obi bag with canvas frame. Approximately large wedge width with some more depth. Maybe? Oh yeah, what was that? Bonus is in for another 6.5 minutes. Damn. Oh, that's good too. Fine. Oh, I've got the windows open and it is glorious. It's so nice. It's like not hot. It's not raining. It's just like amazing. It's gonna be nice running weather later because it's not like too hot and it's not too cold. Okay. So this is the little template. And basically what I want to do is I want to mark out where the snaps are going to go later. But right now what I want to do is I want to mark our sew lines that we're going to follow based on these templates. Because I did not do that last time and I kind of had to do guesstimates about where everything should go. So this time we're going to do it this way, which I hope, in theory, it should work. In practice, who the fuck knows? I don't know. So this is what I'm gonna do. At least I'm gonna try. And then part of what I'll do is I'll line this up. And we can do our... Yes, I am actually marking it. My God. Like I'm trying to be professional. And square. to like the fabric as well. As best we can, at least. I'm going to go in and mark all of these, and then yeah. I guess it would help if I actually put this just flat as well. There we go. La 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 la. Okay, is that still perfect? No, is it okay? Yeah, it's good enough. Good enough, good enough, good enough. Some days it's all it needs to be. Good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough, good enough. We're actually going to stitch it now so that the lines don't fade. Better posture, better posture. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, so anyway, these were actually surprisingly popular. I was like very pleased with that. There's a lot of people who found me by looking at the website, so that's always cool to hear too, because like for the Vibrations website, because sometimes you don't know. It's like, okay, did you find me organically, Instagram, through the like event site? A lot of people found me through the event site, and so that's always neat to hear that, like, yeah, because in part I always count these events as like advertising essentially on top of also being sales events. There we go. Sweet. Now they come over here because that is the snap pile. Snap pile, snap pile, snap pile. Everything else is falling down. Okay, I'm gonna do, no, these need to be larger as well. Yeah, we'll do larger here too. And I just realized I should actually just be measuring 2 lines from this thing at the same time. By the way, if you are watching out of the States, I am very sorry to say I have to suspend US shipping for now. I'm hoping it is a temporary thing, obviously, but with the de minimis coming off, I don't think Canada Post is even accepting shipments. And I looked at the chit chat options and I could not find anything that would allow me to continue to ship, because basically what I need to do right now is duties paid, which would be translated into your costs if you're out of the States. But right now, no shipping services has the capacity to charge for taxes and duties. So if that changes the chit chats, I will turn it back on, obviously. I'm hoping, honestly, that this is just another stunt that gets canceled. Although I was really feeling like it's not going to be. So I am sorry. I'm trying to understand the ever evolving situation, and I'm just kind of like, I don't think anyone else actually even fucking knows what's happening. I also don't know how you turn off the de minimis when you have a free trade agreement, but whatever. De minimis shipping was that we could ship low value packages $800 or less into the US, and they would very rarely be checked. Even, and like, so most of my packages are under $800, so you just end up with a package that's like, it can be, and they were occasionally, but it should not have, most of them didn't have duties or taxes like assessed on them. So yeah. Now, if you are a customer out of the US, please feel free to also contact me, and we can definitely like expedite searching for solutions. But right now, I just honestly don't have the time to do much work on it. I am very lucky that the majority of my customer base is Canadian. So it will not affect my business as much. Obviously, we're always looking for new avenues, so it really sucks that it kind of cuts that option off right now. And I am very much hoping it's temporary. So I will let you know when that changes, if it changes, if and when it changes. If you are in the US and you're like looking at the website right now, no, I'm not shipping to the US right now. Oh, that one's so cute. It's like such a good print for this sort of product. Okay, got 2 more to go. That seems a little bit big. Actually, with this one, I kind of want. Oh, this is 1.5. Doom, doom. Yeah, we'll do this one. Gravel truck. And another, although this one's empty, although it was a 2-trailer guy. So I am going to try and have a selection of backpacks ready for Knit City Calgary. Jesus. Vancouver. 2 very different events. 2 very different locations. Blah, 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 blah. Wah, wah, wah. What was I? Backpacks. And then what I'm going to do is post Knit City Vancouver, I'm going to open up custom orders. Because that is fun. And the more fabric out before Japan, the more fabric I can bring home. Help me. Actually, there's not that much extra fabric, surprisingly. That like wavered a lot. So we're just going to we're going to could make it go a little bit down, but not a lot. Anyway, yeah, so the more fabric out, the more fabric I can bring home. And all that good stuff. And no guarantees that these will be shipped before Christmas, although I might do I might actually do a pay expedited and you can get it for Christmas sort of thing. As terrible as that is. It's not actually that terrible, I don't think. I guess I should send out a newsletter about that decision for the US customers too, because newsletter is the best way to actually get that information out. I don't know anymore. I'm tired. Fun. That is very slightly in. Oh, yeah, we do have a couple custom orders wrap up for Vibrations customers as well. So thank you for that. Thank you for trusting me with it. Gotta have some twinning bags, which will be a lot of fun. Mom-daughter twinning bags. That's a truer square than just going by the stuff. Okay, we're going to sew this one first because it feels like it's going to fade faster even though the other one was drawn first. Sometimes that's just how it goes, so let's do this. Feels like sometimes some fabrics are like thirstier almost, so they absorb the area erasing ink more? I don't know. I did not connect those lines. Oh well. Kids also slept like absolute rocks in Victoria. It was like they didn't, I think all but one morning they actually slept in their little like cot bed beside us all night. It was amazing. Probably because we were like busy and like they're active here when they're in school and stuff like that. They're less active when they're at home because I've been working. But yeah, like we were barely in the house. / like we stay with an aunt and uncle and they kind of have like a shed cabin in the back. But yeah, I don't think we didn't spend a lot of time in that cabin space for sure. Okay, there's those ready to go. So now I need to swap out the bobbin thread for white thread, and we're gonna top stitch the remainder of the, oh my god, my body is like, we're still wrecked from something, I don't even know what. We are going to stitch the, hi Wendy, we're literally in the transition. I gotta swap the bobbin thread and then we're going to do small box bag handles. And then I have to track down your Kato bags so that we can actually finish them soon too. What time is it? It's 1? Okay. I'm gonna top stitch these and then yeah, we'll get working on your Kato bags so they're off my agenda. And honestly, we could actually work on Kato bags. Really, right now it's like half a dozen one and 6 of the other for what we do next. And we could actually go into Kato. But I want to actually get the top stitching done on the small box bag handles. And then we'll go into Kato. I think that makes more sense. What the hell's going on here? So, it's a spectacular day outside right now. I do have my run today, and actually I should just take a gander at how long that's supposed to be so I can plan it out. I was thinking that I probably got to head around 3-ish. I know it's 8K, but 5K of that's like at 5K pace. So basically just go run my little heart out, my butt off. Well, let's hope the heart doesn't come out. Let's keep the heart contained within the chest. But anyway, push my max heart rate zone is basically what that tells me. So let's just take a look at that, and then we'll move on to the next thing. I was looking up my run length. Because of course I always have to take this with like a grain of salt as well, because I don't necessarily. 1 hour and 10 minutes. And since I'm going to go do this and then pick up the kids, this guy's brutal. He wants me to do like a warm-up of 1.5 kilometers. Okay, whatever. It's a walking warm-up at that speed. Then he wants me to do 400 meter, like 800 meters of like hard intervals, and then a hard run. This was supposed to be like a race. I don't have a race this weekend. Okay, so 1 hour and 10. So yeah, I gotta head out at 3, because then by the time I get down to the river, it'll be like 3:30. It'll be 5 o'clock once I'm done. I know I said 1 hour and 10, but we're taking this with a grain of salt again, because I won't necessarily hit the midline on all of them. We're trying, but whew, it's tough. Yeah, so I gotta head out at 3. So I got 2 hours. So we're gonna sew the top stitch these small box bag handles. And then let's get into the Kato. Kato, small box. Kato, Kato. Small box actually is at a pretty boring stage right now, because we gotta go in and just match zippers. So that's actually a better thing to do over the weekend when the kids are home. By the way, Wendy, we have to do one more studio swap. This one's not insane though. So I was looking at how we're actually using this space, and like my use area is really good except for the fabric. And they don't like being in a separate, like the kids don't like being in the separate room from here. So they're always out here sitting with me as it is. So I told Dallas on the drive out to Victoria, I'm like, we got to do one more move around and basically swap the fabric with the classroom, their room space, because they're out here all the time anyway. And it does clear up some of the issues of like protecting the fabric, because I can close the blinds and I can close the door and we're good to go. And it gives me back some storage space too, as I was laughing earlier that like, it's not like most of this has been out of a suitcase since the beginning of the year anyway, but you know, it's nice to have the option. Okay, we literally ran out of thread right there. But so yeah, we're gonna do that the like first week of September, or the first week that they are in school and Dallas is home. So I guess that's like the second week of September-ish. So yeah, it'll be good. Yeah, because even he was like, yeah, this feels weird, and I'm like, yeah, it does. And then I was looking upstairs because he was like, okay, so maybe we don't do they've got 2 little like recliners right now, but they're both extremely beaten up, and it's like, so maybe we do like a couch or something down here. And I'm like, yeah, that would make more sense. And I was looking upstairs and I'm like, do you know what I eventually want to do is like built-in shelves, which he already knew with the bookshelves, because we have bookshelves up there right now, but like they have no expansion space. And we always kind of discussed that like at some point we want to do I want to do built-ins. But I was like, so basically there's 2, we have a fireplace, and there's a bookshelf here, and there's a bookshelf here, and then there's this wall right here, and it's all blank and everything like that. So I was like, what I would really like to do is build them in and around that corner. So we'd have to like, but then add like a couple armchairs instead of the couch that's there currently. And he's like, that couch can go downstairs. So I'm like, yes, yes it can. So in other words, I don't, the bookshelves are a like, in my head it's 5 to 10 years. Because the kids have to be, I have to be able to trust the kids that they're not going to pull everything off the shelves and destroy it. Which right now is an issue. He thinks within a couple years. So I guess we'll maybe keep the like little chairs around for, well, what we can do is we can keep their little chairs around until I find some armchairs I like upstairs. I think that's what we do. And then we can swap them, because really that's not dependent on bookshelves. Because I don't want to lose the 2-seat option either. So, and I think 2 armchairs will actually create more seating, which sounds hilarious in some ways and counterintuitive, but it'll be like when we have people over, it's like it's more comfortable for 2 people who don't necessarily know each other very well to sit in armchairs versus like on a couch. So anyway, but yeah, Dallas is like, I was like, yeah, we'll just move everything because it's not a big deal. Realistically, those shelves will just, the fabric shelves in here will just slide in. I don't really need to like do anything outside of maybe unpack them and then just put everything back. So that's nice. Dallas did suggest that we clean the carpet, so I'm like, yeah, that's probably a good idea. So that'll probably be like one day we move everything out of their room, clean the carpet, let it dry, move the shelves in, clean the carpet out here, and then distribute everything. So it's probably still going to be like a week-long process, but it's not a full studio overhaul either. Thank God. And then basically the picking will happen in there, and then all the cutting and sewing is still going to happen in this space. But I can also close stuff away that I don't want the kids getting into either, because right now it is very open. And the youngest especially is very into getting into mischief. So much mischief right before we left and while we were in Victoria. It's all that sea air, I guess. I don't know. So ready for a nap right now? Yesterday was brutal. So the kids had like the worst sleep they've had in months. And then we had to be up at like 4 to get Dallas to the airport for his flight because he had taken some time off, like an extra couple days after Victoria. And it was just like, we all came home, like the kids and I came home, and we just had a nap on the couch because I'm like, you are so exhausted that you're going to do some like something stupid at school, and we don't want that. So we all napped. They didn't get to school until almost 9, which is unusual even for running late. We usually like late is usually about 8:15, although I think we pushed 8:30 today. So yeah, but anyway, I think I'm still like sleep hungover from that. Right? I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good cascade for everything. And then I don't have to like figure out a couch for down here either. Eventually. And then Dallas has the big like visiting chair. If and when he uses it. Which can be like flipped back and forth depending on what we want to do with it. And like the space that will be, it's the exact same amount of space as well, so it's not like we don't know that, like it's gonna all fit too, I guess is what I'm getting at. And realistically, even if it is pushed a little bit more that way, that's better anyway, because right now they're really like, there's a lot of wasted space, to be fair. So I also have my list of things we're gonna get finished or attempt to finish, and what we need to cut and everything like that. We do have some stuff we need to cut for Knit City. We're going to finish the Kato and the small box bags, but we need more Kato. I know. And mini traveler slings is another big one we need to cut more of, cut and prep more of. And then there is a whole list, which I went over earlier, but I'll go over again here in a little bit. Especially as we check stuff off. It's a lot of finishing as well. So like bookmarks, obviously the small box bag, a few tote bags. We're not going to focus super hard into tote bags because I was doing counts on what we're actually selling this year. We're not selling a lot of tote bags. I think we've sold 14. There's been 14 orders with tote bags or something like that. I'm also really reassessing our relationship with the large box bag and whether we will maintain it as a stock item. Not that it won't. I think what I'm going to turn it into is more of a pre-order availability item. But I think people are able to parse out what the Kato is for easier. A lot of people, even in the knitting community, I think are still more confused about what the large box bag is for. Now we do still have a stock of it. I will still maintain that stock until it sells. And I don't think the small box bag is going anywhere. It's comparable sales, but I feel like Knit City's always been really, like historically been really good for the small box bag. And I'm not shifting anything out of the large box bag into anything else either. So like if I've got cuts right now, maybe we'll assess if we're going to do a Kato out of it or if we're just going to finish off those. I feel like we finished the majority of them except for the ones that I've got over here. Yeah, I know, right? 14 tote bags. Woo! How many do we have cut? Like over 100. So we will finish some of those. Small box bags are going to stick around though. Kato are obviously going to stick around. And when I'm talking about this, it's like we've had 58 or 60 orders with Kato versus 27 with large box bags. So that's what I mean. I'm like, okay, I think it's time to chill on the large box bags for now. I figured out how we're going to do that large open mouth tote that I kind of talked about and floated a few weeks ago. We're going to take the dimensions more or less, at least the width dimensions of what used to be the large wedge bag. I think we'll make it a little bit taller just because then it's a little bit, yeah, I think I'm going to add like 2 to 4 inches onto it. Just thinking about how that'll look. And we're going to frame, this is only going to be obi pieces or kimono pieces, and we're going to frame it with canvas, not wax canvas, just canvas. I'm basically describing the hillside tote from Noodlehead, but that's too big. I don't want that big. Well, maybe I should take a look at that one. Anyway, very simple interior. We're going to do a snap closure, no zippers, no curves, although curves would look pretty. We're not curving it. So, and then nice, like, delicate, riveted leather handles on the front. I'm thinking like maybe 1/2 inch, maybe 3/4 inch width. So that doesn't get done before Knit City, that's fine. I did play around with the spring roll pouch. So this is, the spring roll is a version of the open wide pouch, like the zip and grip, but the key to the spring roll pouch that is glorious and why I'm leaning towards it is a birthed bag versus a binding bag. And so yeah, that is already like 90% of my decision right there. I also prefer the dimensions of it. It looks really good. I was talking about how I was using stabilizer for it. It's too much for it. The pattern does actually just call for fleece, and so I think that we will just do the fleece. I've got one more cut. We're gonna do one more experiment and just really like hammer in the details, make sure it is something I want to put into production, etc. I'm also gonna have a few backpack options. We already have 2 mostly finished. They're gonna be sold as samples. They're not quite up to my normal standards. They're close, and I'm comfortable selling them. But like there's a few flaws. So those will be seconds, but they will be available. And hopefully some like normal run ones will also be available. They're not that, like, they take a while to put together, but if I'm thinking I'll do like half a dozen max sort of thing. That does mean I need to go get more strap, like webbing for the straps. So I guess webbing and hardware. Shit. Okay. Although I think I've committed enough that yeah, we'll just purchase the bulk amounts. I know Andrea suggested to test them, but I think we're good. I think the backpacks are good. Okay, there is all the small box bag handles. That is all of them, I think, top stitched. And yes, the small box bags are still like bread and butter bags, so that's why I will keep them around. And like, again, we sold 40 at Knit City last year in Calgary, which is like my main also like market where I'm always selling. So the fact that we sold 40% of what I had just made the week before tells me that they're still fine. I'm not in the market that they should be right now. That's why I don't want to be like, no, we're getting rid of them right now. I feel like I missed some drawstrings to top stitch. Kitty cat. Kitty cat. You're laying on stuff, bud. I did. And well, I missed one. A few. Okay. Sheet. Although I don't know if those are ones that we actually have ready to go or what. I don't know anymore. My brain hurts. This was one of those trips where I needed a vacation after the like trip. It was a trip, not a vacation, I guess. That's the better description of it. Okay, there's a few. Do you know what? We're just not going to worry about it right now. Actually, I do want the birds, so we're just going to pretend that I wouldn't have stitched that one in dark stitching. Now we're going to do it in light stitching. They need the right fabrics. The small box bags too? Sorry. I was like, oh, over what, like 24 topics? And now I've forgotten what I talked about. Are we surprised? I'm not surprised. I hope you're not surprised. Yes, those kato will get finished, but I need to we need to go into the tote bag bin and figure out if I didn't differentiate enough. So why am I stitching this with white then? Would I do it in black or would it look better in white? I think the white's actually going to blend better. So let's do white on this one. Those other ones are black, so they will get done later. Later, Gator. In a while, crocodile. Basically, I'll just include them in the next round of like stitching. Wonder how many kato I could get done in a week. So we know that small box bags, if I push, I can get 100 done. But I wonder what I could get done for kato in a week if I had no other concerns. Oh yeah, the backpacks. Thank you. Yeah, and the other thing is I want to make some of the backpacks with OB fabrics because they'll be fucking spectacular. And the mini size of the backpack, because these are quite large, so I think the minis might actually do better. They're not going to be much cheaper just because there's still a lot of work and a lot of fabric. And actually, it's not even the fabric, it's all the interior stuff on these that like take the money, because it's like foam interfacing, which we don't use a lot of because high expensive shit like that. So yeah. There. Okay, I am going to put all of the drawstrings into the bin. So if I'm freaking out about drawstrings, they're in the bin. All the drawstrings I can currently lay my hands on and see. Including this one that's not drawstring yet. Not ready yet. There is a whole stack of linings there for everything. And then yeah, over the weekend I'll go in and see if the tote bag bin has some of the kato that we're missing actually, because we are actually missing some kato. And I swear, I think that they're in the tote bag bin, which would make sense because there's like a little bit of a size difference, but if I'm just like between them, which I was, it's very likely that some snuck in there. So those two also got missed. Oh well. Yours, Wendy. That's what we're working on. Okay. I'm pretty sure we already have the handles, but just in case we don't, there is a set to do it with. Dun 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 dun. All right, there's your drawstrings. So that's the navy one that we have. And there's the drawstrings for the aqua. Now, I think the aqua, yeah, that exterior is like ready to be put together. And I'm pretty sure the other one, the navy, is put together. Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of, so I worked on all those reversible drawstring bags, and Tara came in and she did all of the she put in all of the ribbon for me and all of that. That was one of her tasks. And there's the handles. I totally forgot to singe the ends. I forgot to buy a lighter to singe the ends while I was there. So it was just like a complete waste. Yay. Yeah, anyway, but she had a bunch that she also rejected because it was like they were pulling out of the doof. It was annoying. Oh, there's more down here. Good Lord. They're just like drawstring channels every fucking where. Excellent. Exactly what we need. Okay. Now I know we did have very specific interiors for these guys. So this one is the blue with the dark stitching for the navy. Okay, clip those together so that our sides are aligned better. Yeah, no, seriously. And then, well, yeah, because we had the full package put together for these guys for a while. I was just, like I said, waiting for you because I figured you would like to witness their conception. Ugh. God, Katie. Bag conception, not other conceptions. No more babies. No more babies. All right. We are angling the, yeah, it happens. What am I going to do? It's not like they're going to go bad in the next, 5 weeks. We're setting up in 5 weeks. It's terrifying. And, although then I got an email from Fibre Shindig, and Claire's like, it's 2 months to Fibre Shindig. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's the middle of October. She's like, I need updated collages from you. And I'm like, Claire, it's 2 months? 2 months? And then I was like, all panic aside, I will get you some, but I'm literally working on the new products for Knit City right now. So we can I will, oh good God, my brain today. I'll email you a new collage after I'm done this work of getting new products ready. Because in my head, we're prepping some of these tests for Knit City. Some of them will probably go ahead for it, but a lot of this will be new stuff, just in time for Shindig. So, and then I'm plotting that pre-order updates will begin probably mid-October, and then I'll start sewing those after Shindig, because realistically after Shindig I don't have anything until if I go to Ancient Arts like studio thing. Like, I don't have any shows until April. Actually kind of terrifying. So pre-orders it is. Pre-orders is a good way to spend the beginning of the year. Oh yeah, this is not a big deal. I enjoy doing pre-orders. I am sorry that it fell in the middle of like my busy season. I thank you for being so patient with them. So I'm just happy that I'm finally gonna get them done for y'all, because I do want to get them out to you so you can enjoy them instead of just being teased about them getting finished. This is a step that I did skip on the last batch, and I do regret it, so we're not skipping this step anymore, which is basting the damn drawstring channels together. Okay. Done. Now we will clip this. Actually, yeah, we will clip this, and then I will trim down the wedge for these guys. There's one more cut, I think, of the aqua as well. So I think we'll make one more kato out of it, just because it is absolutely spectacular as a kato. Oh, shit. Nope. First things first. Let's get the D-ring tabs in, and then we'll clip it. Oh, no. All over the goddamn place today. No, we're just cutting the wedges, and then we're doing the clipping. There we go. Yeah, it was like funny because the first 20 minutes were pretty, like, I didn't have anyone really in the booth in vibrations. And then at like my first sale was 10:19 or something like that. It was funny because I had to go in and like redo my stock levels. So that's how I know this. And everyone descended upon the kato. It was just like kato, 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 kato. We actually do need to sew some more straps. We need some black straps. I should also do, I'm thinking I should do some cotton and some leather straps as well, actually, for Vancouver. All right. Now we can go in and do clipping and things. Okay. One clippity clip here. One clippity clip after a scooch here. There we go. Now I need my handy dandy ruler, which I stupidly tucked away. Where did I put it? Oh, there, like literally right here. La 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 la. Okay. I do think that the way we did this last time, which was I just laid out the one side and then we did all the webbing and then just grabbed the other side and basically like laid it over top. I do think that was actually a good efficiency thing for production. Obviously, when I'm only doing two, not a big deal to just slow it down a little bit. Because yeah, and then I went in and just snagged all the ones we were going to make, clipped it all together, and then it was like super easy, to be honest. Okay, the top needs a bit of a shimmy. Go. Now let's just hope that these sew as well as everything else that's actually been going today. I didn't think I would be quite so anxious about the recipient watching me sew the bag. Whew. Be like, why are you backstitching so much? I like backstitching the, so obviously the D-ring tabs, because that's going to be a point of high stress because of the strapping. And then I like to backstitch over top of any transition points as well. And then we backstitch at the beginning and end of the wedges, because that's just what I do. And because we're chain piecing it around the corners, that's what happens. Yeah, the Kato, they always look really good. They display really nicely. I haven't seen anyone else with that style of bag for a few years, so I think that's part of it. Someone was saying that they liked the ones that I was making better because the one that they have was apparently really heavy. And apparently also wildly, the leather was riveted and kept popping off. And I'm like, okay, that's sucks. So they appreciated the fact that the leather was actually sewn into the bag instead of just riveted on. All right, there's both the exteriors done. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, I'm watching all your steps. No, I sewed straight. We're good. We're good. I promise. Okay. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I swapped up that helped quite a bit, is I chain piece in between these wedges. I had stopped trimming that thread. And the nice thing about that happened is, well, A, it saves you that time, but it also helps just nest everything really fast, I find. Or at least it doesn't take more time to nest it now. So it actually does take less time because I don't have to trim the damn threads. So a couple, like, just tiny changes, but they're going to make quite a bit of difference. Now, the other difference, as Andrea pointed out, just keep my shit in a pile. I.e., stop trying to do so much is what I'm getting from it. And yeah, rather than like cutting everything in April and then being in August being like, where is all of this? We'll see. That's a very Katie trait, so I don't know if that's going to like translate. At least not in the next year. Hi, cat. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Big thing I need to do after Knit City and like Shindig is going to be photographing and posting all the stock that we have available onto the website. Oh, I know. I know, right? It's like, I just got to figure out, I think, a better bin system. The bins have worked so far, like within reason, obviously. Within the percentage of human error. I think what I want to do for the next round is probably, I need like a bin within the bin for all the bits. So like all the drawstrings go into a, and everything like that. I don't know. At this point, it doesn't matter. We're almost through what we cut for April, which is awesome. Although it's taken us 7 months. Wait, buddy. Granted, I have been distracted in that 7 months. We didn't exactly have an easy first few months of the year either. You haven't either. Your skitchy scratches have gotten worse, eh? Yeah, we need to take you back to the vet. All right. Well, your exteriors are done. Now we're gonna get everything clipped in here. The labels have actually stuck on pretty good. I could use some Tylenol. My head hurts. God, I'm supposed to go do this freaking simulation run, but at the same time I'm like, I feel like crap. I do need to go do something today, so maybe I'll just go do I think I was supposed to do 5.5K yesterday, so maybe I'll go do that today instead, and then figure out how I'm going to get in the simulation run. I could do it on Sunday. Oh, they look so good already, Wendy. Look at that. She's pretty. They're both gorgeous. I love, oh, there is something special about these sakura on this like navy for me. I love them both, but I like the navy a little bit better. I think it's just the contrast, to be honest. They're both solid decisions. Solid choices. We need more rabbit fabrics, apparently. Because I think this is some of the last of the rabbits. Oh yeah, I was gonna rattle off what we got in the plans here. One second. We've got a lot in the plans right now. So we'll see what comes to fruition. So and I'm actually gonna add these underneath. We got the Kato. Okay, so for finishes, I don't think the top one is going to actually get finished, but it's on the list. It is like the aspirational one. So we've got the canvas bottom box, small box bags. There is a bunch cut. And I think they would do really well, but I just haven't gotten around to producing them. But they are mostly done, so maybe we'll try and get them done for Knit City. If we don't get them done for Knit City, that is the top priority for Shindig, is get them done. And then, hey, it'd be a new product for Shindig. Woo! Bookmarks, which we have a massive stack of, and we do need because the stock of them has actually dropped significantly since Omatsuri. And then we need needle stashes, just need their snaps, so that's really easy. We need to finish up the snap up trays, which I just finished the stitching on, so they just need their snaps as well. What else do we have? Small box bags, which we're already working on. Some tote bags, we'll see what happens. I think the big things with the tote bags is we need to do more colors. So most of the ones that I finished were navy, and so it all is looking very homogeneous and there's no like real contrast. So I think finishing some other colors is going to actually help them quite a bit. We need to finish the Kato that I already cut, and then we need to finish the snap up trays. And actually I do want to cut some more. So the next one is the cuts I want to do. Kato. We need a lot. I want like 50 to 60 Kato if we can do it. If I can swing it, we're going to have that. Mini traveler slings. Again, I would adore having 3 dozen. 36. I don't know if that's in the realm of possibility, but we're going to try. Traveler sling. We sold 3 out of the 5 that I had for Victoria. So we have 2 left. We definitely want more traveler slings. They're very popular. Backpacks. And I'm not going to... backpacks aren't going to be a real focus, but like I said, maybe 6. And then we'll have the 2 samples as well. Like, yeah, pre-makes, I guess. Luggage tags. I did actually just... I cut out a template for the luggage tags. I was thinking that that would be a good one to add in for Vancouver. Would have been good to have for Victoria too, but it didn't happen, obviously. Vinyl fronted pouch from YouTube. You guys have not seen this, but it's very cute and it would be different, which would be nice. Cake cozies. We need to sit down at the serger for a few days and get some of that done. Triangle pouches. I don't have a lot. Paula of Bad Anna's, she orders a lot of triangle pouches, and she hasn't ordered anything for this year. But we need to do triangle pouches anyway. And I've kind of mixed triangle pouches in with the mini traveler slings, so we can do both cuts kind of. And snap up trays, because the snap up trays were actually pretty popular in Victoria. It seemed like it was a good cross section of like crafters and dice gamers. So I think that was part of it. And then we're in the test stages, and we'll see if these get cut and brought. Spring roll pouch. Honestly, I would love to have about 6 of them. Actually, I'll pull the spring roll pouch because the one I finished, well, it's not quite finished, but it's nearly finished. So this is the spring roll pouch. It's like a cousin to the zipping grip. This is with the stabilizer. We're going to, the next test one that I'm going to do it with the suggested fleece because this is really stiff and I don't think it needs it. I think we can get away with just fleece. I do love how it sits, but I think just fleece will be enough, especially because it's like fleece and interfacing. I haven't gotten this in the gusset yet, but that's how it would look when it's finished. Obviously when it's like properly centered. The key to this one is there's no binding. It's a turned bag, which is a mind fuck, honestly. But it just needs more practice. My zipper's a little bit puffy, and we have to add twill down here because I hate how this is closing. Personally, I don't like having to grab a bag at its zipper point. So we will still add my signature twill, just a little itty bitty tiny piece, just enough to grip so that you're not having to grab the zipper to close this all the time. But otherwise, I'm honestly pretty pleased. Yeah, like right here, this is the puff that needs to be taken care of, and that's mostly just practice, to be honest. Yeah, so this will be a sample that's like on sale at Knit City. It's good enough to sell at this point. Unlike the zip and grip that I made. So that's something that we're testing still. We need to test the stitch and go case, which is the embroidery case I keep talking about. They're like, yeah, Katie, you keep yammering about this stuff. Just get it fucking done. Passport folder edition. Now that means that I'm going to go in. I've got to decide how much extra fabric I want to add to the passport folders. I think it needs to end up being about 1 inch. So I'll probably add 1.5 inches of canvas. And all of that. Oh yeah, those are quite a bit of work. The backpacks are a lot of work too, so they're definitely going to be a higher price point, which is why I'm also not committed to making a shit ton of them. Really, I'm committed to making a few of them as a taster, and maybe doing a pre-order. Actually, pre-order for Knit City would work too. Yeah. And then the spring roll pouch is definitely something that's like, yeah, 6 of them or so too. Because they are actually they're not as batch work as the backpacks. The other nice thing is that they're not as much material as the backpack, because the backpack has all that wax canvas and everything like that. But they're so good. Like, they're so good. Passport folder edition. So yeah, we got to figure out how much canvas, but I'm thinking about 1.5 inches because we'll end up with like 2 1/4 inch 2 1/4 inch seams, so that would leave 1 inch. And I am going to do in canvas because if we need to trim it down, then we're good. The vinyl embroidery pouches, I think I figured out how to put the vinyl in without tearing my hair out. I can't remember how I cut them though, so we're gonna have to take a look at them. What I was going to do there is we'll do the vinyl into them a la the luggage tags, which means we can sew a square and then fold it back and put the vinyl in that. But what I'm actually thinking is sew the vinyl into the square for like, so basically interior vinyl, exterior sandwich. Sew them together, and then the drawback to that, the only drawback to that being is that we'll need to trim each side of the fabric separately, but then we can like fold everything back, I think. I'll try it out on the luggage tags first and see if it works with the luggage tags, and if it works with the luggage tags, then we'll go ahead with it with the embroidery pouches. If not, we'll still go through with that idea with a la the luggage tags. It's just then you end up with like a raw edge of vinyl, which isn't a big deal because vinyl doesn't like, I'm like, why did I open that? But we're good. Yeah, because vinyl doesn't fray, but I don't want stuff getting caught on it. That's my thing. So if I can avoid a raw vinyl edge, I will. Luggage tag's not a big deal. It's not like you're taking stuff in and out of the tag constantly. Like, realistically, you should fill out the information on the luggage tag and then put it back in and never think about it. So I'm also going to swap out from the elastic that I used last time to a satin cord, like a nylon cord as suggested per the pattern. And then finally, You're like, Katie, my God. Yeah, I know. It's 5 weeks from Knit City. This is why it's all piled right now. We're going to try that obi bag with the canvas. And where I really want to try that is I want to make some from the kimono that I got gifted like 3 years ago. So I want to get that done because I want to get Yoriko a kimono bag. Whew. Lunch did not sit well today. Excellent. Okay, I really need to go grab a Tylenol. I'm hoping that the bottle's in the house. It might be in the trunk. Do I need it? Or do I just need water? Where is my water bottle? I thought it was down here. Oh no, it's in the back of the Jeep. That's right. No, let's get these clipped first. It's not that bad. And I can take it right before I go for my run. All right, let's stitch one wedge close here. These were clipped before I knew better. Okay, so this is the interior for the navy. Just one side because we turned through the other wedge, and then this one is already done. Cool. Yeah, it was funny, a little bit funny, because so we're staying with the aunt and uncle, my aunt and uncle-in-law, as I call them, so Dallas's aunt and uncle. And of course, I always have stuff to finish at the end, and I was doing like drawstrings and everything like that, and the uncle was very concerned, it seemed like, about like, are they all the same price? It's like, no, it all depends on like how much work these all are. So no, they are not all the same price, because that would be dumb. And honestly, having as many price points as possible means as many customers as possible in some ways. Oh yeah, I did also get the cat head pouches from last year that need to get done, that were nearly done, mostly finished. I was dumb and forgot to put in their D-ring snap hooks things. So I have to go in and just do a little bit of seam ripping and add those in. I am hoping that I am going to be able to come on and stream over the next few weeks at night. That is 100% energy dependent, however, so don't wait with bated breath or anything like that. But that is currently the plan, is that since it is Knit City prep season, I am hoping to get online and like keep sewing at night, because honestly that is when a lot of my work happens. This is also child dependent, obviously. If I suddenly disappear in stream, do not worry. It's usually because a child is upstairs yelling bloody murder, just screaming, or they've very stealthily snuck down the stairs. Because that also happens. It's like there is no in between. It's either this or that. Oh, these two are. Oh, we don't have to be up there until 2 tomorrow. Sweet. So it's not an early day. Nice. That's good, because then that means we can sleep tomorrow. And then actually I can maybe go out and do my run tomorrow morning. The fast run, slow run. I would be, oh God, I would be pushing the stroller. We'll figure it out. This morning I was like, I'm looking forward to just like maybe not training next summer. Like not fully taking a summer off, but not having any fall races, because honestly training for a goddamn fall race is so, it's a lot right now. Because this is the busiest period. And with Knit City being in September again next year, because Knit City Calgary has announced their end of September next year. So same weekend as Knit City Vancouver is this year. I'm just like, ooh. But at the same time, and then I was like, but I can't really do that, because if I want to run Kyoto at any speed, I'll need another fall race next year. I'm just like, actually, I think what I'll cut instead is I might cut Calgary. I don't know. No, I like that half. That half's brutal, but it is a good half too. Damn it. This one does need a bit of finessing around this corner here. But I think we're good. Okay. All right, there's the two bunnies. Get these clips out of the way. I don't know why I grabbed so many. I only needed like 4 extras. But you know what? We were prepared for anything. All right, let's get in and sew around. Sew around. Oh yeah, I need to get more leather to my brother-in-law. So he can cut me some more tags, but they're on vacation right now anyway, so it doesn't matter. We're sitting pretty good for supplies. I did get my zipper pulls and gold D-rings in that I ordered from my suppliers in China. I say that like I have a personal relationship with them. I don't. I buy off of AliExpress. They're all the same supplies. Someone was actually asking me about that the other day, if I bought from Emmeline Bags, who is amazing. And it's a really good backup option for me, but she's really expensive. So what I do appreciate about Emmeline Bags though is the quantities. Like, there is no minimum order quantity really. There is for some of the discounts, but yeah. Anyway, I do order from China because that just makes more sense for me at the quantities that we're working in. Anyway, I don't know why I'm trying to justify it, but that's why. Although I did hear the other day that they're trying to like they are bringing in like a 75% tariff on canola, and I'm like, oh God, why? Apparently they think that we're dumping canola oil in China, which I guess I have no real foot in about. So everyone is tariff happy right now, I guess. And we're just over here like, please don't take off the de minimis. Anyway, they all came in. I got the scissors. They're in. We got D-rings. We got zipper pulls, which is good because we will need those. Everything came in, which is good. Oh, I got, and I finally got supplies to make button magnets, which is exciting. I've been able to make the buttons, obviously, for a while, but the magnets will be new, so I'll make some sets for Knit City. It's one of those things that I'll probably carry the button maker with me, and then we'll make buttons in Vancouver, because why not? All right, there it is smashed together for the dark one. By the way, Wendy, I will make the straps off camera just because then I don't have to move the camera around too much. Although I guess I could move it over there and we could do snaps. But I'll get this done so we can get it shipped on Monday for you. So that if I'm on stream, I'll make them on stream. If not, I just want them to get them out to you at this point. But at least you're here for bags. Again, backstitching over top a lot of the stress points. In this case, the stress point being the edge of the drawstring channels, the side seams, and not the leather, because the less holes in leather, the better. That was not a deep enough seam. There we go. Rectified. And in the never-ending shenaniganing that is apparently this flight situation for Japan, we still have not booked. I don't think we're going to book until like after Knit City at this point, which is fine. That's just when cash flow is going to like flow the best. But anyway, of course, I'm still watching the prices because if they plummet, amazing. But we decided that it's like mostly what we're going to do is, yeah, I figured it's boring. Anyway, we've got these companion vouchers, and we decided it's like, okay, well, we're going to have to book cash for Dallas and a kiddo, because if he doesn't make it, because what's happening is he's flying in on Monday. Oh shit, I forgot to trim down the leather. He's flying in Monday and we are flying out Monday. So like there is no room for error for anything in February, which it can be a lot of error in February in delayed flights, weather, all the shit. We know we're playing with fire. Problem being that if he books a companion voucher flight, then he also has to be at the airport to take the flight with that guest. So if he misses his flight, we're all out of luck, because I can't just abandon a child at the airport. that I think that's frowned upon. So I was like, okay, well, but then I've got a companion voucher, so I'll use a companion voucher and book the second child with cash, which is what we're going to do anyway. Well, you can't book you can book an adult and you can book a child with a companion voucher. You can't do 2 children with one on a companion voucher. And I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean I can't do that? Like, just take one child. Anyway, there's it turned. We'll top stitch it here in a second after I turn the other one. Yeah, so I was like, because it kept going, unable to process your request. I'm like, what's going on? And then I would take one kid off and it would process. And so I looked it up and it's like, yeah, you have to make a second booking for the child. Okay, no big deal, except you can't book a child under 11 without an adult. What the fuck? So I think the solution is I'm gonna have to call in, but I'm just like, just take my money. let me get myself a quote, please. It's not even like this companion voucher is saving me really much money. I think it's something like $90, which, okay, or no, $61 right now. I'm like, is it, I honestly, at that point, I don't even know if it's worth the hassle. It would pay for one seat selection, I guess. Yeah, I'm super annoyed. It's so dumb. It's like, why can't I book 2 children and an adult with a companion voucher? Probably have to call in, but then it's like, for some of these things they actually charge you for like $10 for calling in to book a flight now, and it's like, well, if you're not going to let me book this flight, I better not fucking have to pay for you to book it for me. I just, ugh. Anyway, I'm annoyed. And also, it's more expensive right now, even though the flight prices are less expensive. Like, it's gone up significantly. I'm like, what is going on? Because I don't know. I hopefully have a bunch of, like, more points coming in soon. So I'm hoping that covers it. But, yeah, that's part of why we're going to wait until after Knit City on top of cash flow. Actually, I'll probably end up booking around Shindig or something, as long as... because it doesn't look like it's filling up very much right now. All right. There's bunnies. Bunnies are pretty. Bunnies are pretty. I'm going to have to swap out the thread again. Just let them know this is how much I love them, is that we're going to have to swap thread out. I'm going to do the white one first. Actually, first off, we're going to stitch the closing seams. And then we'll go in and we'll do it. Flynn was hanging around and then he disappeared. I was like, yeah, because like, and this is baffling because it's like, I understand why you can't have someone on a companion voucher travel without the companion. Like the fare payer, basically. But like, why can't I book? Like, what if Dallas was the only one that had a companion voucher? That means that he couldn't book for everyone. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Business-wise, it just makes it more of a pain in the ass. I don't know. Ease of use. Ease of use, or else people go away. You can't tell me that you can't program that. That's the thing. That's the thing. You can't tell me you can't program it. To be like, they only have one taken away, not two taken away. Or just, or like, and the other portion of this is if I could transfer companion vouchers, then that's what we would do. And that would also make sense of like, okay, I get 2 companion vouchers then, but you can't, these are non-transferable most of the time. Not all the time. Sometimes they can be transferred, but apparently it's mostly non-transferable. So, yay. What a debacle. Anyway, I have a feeling what I have to do is I just have to call in and then they'll have to like tag the reservation to me or something like that. I don't, yeah. I don't know. Makes me just want to book through like air miles where I could just book all 4 of us. Because for actually the big point where the price has decreased is the ATC is down by like over $200 a piece or something like that, which is insane in and of itself, because the ATC, which is like the other charges, airline charges, surcharges and stuff like that, are usually the fuel and things like that. So I'm like, has fuel come down that much? Because it's not getting reflected at our gas pumps. Oh, I wonder. Yeah, let's not make things easy. Not at all. No, families can't travel together with a companion voucher, which is the whole fucking reason for having the goddamn card. Sorry. If you obviously you know. You know, I've been ranting about this for a while. Here you go, Wendy. Bunnies. Oh, they're adorable. Yay! And they're nice, like warm leather. The sand D-rings with gold to pull out the gold around the sakura. Ooh, sorry. What? I don't know why that was the reaction, because it's not like anything's gonna happen. I'm gonna put brown leather in these for the drawstrings, and we've got cord locks now, which will go on those as well. But that can all happen off camera now. All right. And this is how much I love you. We're going to swap the thread, even though we're only doing 1 bag. But then they're done, which is also exciting. So, and then what's next? Do we work on Kato or do we work on small? Oh no, Kato, I think. I don't even know where we are with most of the Kato, but yeah, let's work on Kato because things. Small box bags are zippers, and like that's, I gotta also track them down. Where's Kato's sitting right here? And since we need, like, I've got a good chunk of small box bags, so focusing in on Kato makes sense anyway, I think. Yes, I'll finish the top stitching it, and then I will go take care of the headache, which will be a combo of water and Tylenol, acetaminophen. Tylenol, Kato, probably a little bit of a snack actually. So carrots or peach, carrots, peach. Peach would be tasty. Carrots need dip. Peaches don't need dip. And I think I gotta go out to the truck anyway. I'm pretty sure the Tylenol's like in the glove compartment right now. There's currently a secondhand Sunstar cylinder arm for sale, I think, within this area. And it's super tempting, but I'm like, I'm having doubts about it because I'm like, it is an older machine, and I'm like, okay, what kind of maintenance has it been under? What kind of conditions has it been used under? And the price of it, I'm like, it is cheaper. It's almost half the price of buying new. 2/3 of the price of buying new. But I'm like, what if it needs work? I'm not technical enough to like do work on a sewing machine. It's also just not what I want to do. All right, bunnies, 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 bunnies. Whee, super cute. Okay, I'm gonna go take care of my headache so that. Actually, yeah, that's a good idea because then it should be gone by the time I actually need to go for a run. Okay. Mic off. Oh, there's another. There's a handle. That'll be useful over here. It is dusty AF, but good. Yeah, actually, I guess the next thing that we can do. Sorry, I got distracted. 1 second. Yeah, the next thing we should probably do is probably to stitch. Oh God, everything fell down. Is to stitch drawstring channels together so that they're basted together and ready to go. Because a lot of these do have their interiors done. So yeah, we'll focus in on the ones that need their interior just like smashed together basically. Okay, Tylenol. Be right back. think I hear a hawk outside. Which wouldn't be surprising. We got a field behind me. Yeah, that's 100% a hawk. That's cool. Okay, let's swap out the thread. I'm gonna do a few piddly things because I've only got like half an hour. And realistically, clipping Kato is not where it's at. Yeah, I'm coming up on a few of the boring, like, okay, maybe not, yeah, never mind, boring. I was gonna be like, maybe not boring, maybe just tedious. No, it's boring. Boring as shit. Well, shit sometimes isn't boring, but you know what I mean. All right. There's that one. So now what the issue is that these are supposed to have little D-ringy things. D-ringy things. Ding, 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 ding. D-rings. And so some of them do. Problem being is that I didn't put them in the ones that I finished earlier. So I think what we'll do is we'll open up the pouches and put them into the ones that don't have it. And then we'll go from there. Now, the issue being is that where are the lobster clasps? And these should have had the dark stitching as well. But whatever. Whatever. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. We'll just do the dark stitching when we have black thread on the machine again. There's also a stack of large box bags over here that could use some like stoof. Like they're basically, they need to be boxed and they're basically almost done. So those are what we'll work on there. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Someone did actually respond to the Instagram story of like, are those cat heads? I'm like, yes. And obviously we'll have more soon. So apparently I only have 5 variants left. I was out of 15. So I'm like, okay, so they're not doing like stellar, but they're not doing as terribly as I thought either, actually. Okay, so there's that one turned. We'll stitch down the rest of this round here, and then we can, that is so awkward. Woo. Okay, okay, so it ends over here. So we're gonna start here. That was, oh, fuck me. It would be good to like actually put my thread on. There we go. And then I'll have to figure out which side the D-ring thingy majiggy goes. These little pouches are a lot of fun for notions. They're really fun. They're like good little like lip balm holder. That's kind of my thought process. They like can clip on the outside of your bag. Bag charm. A useful bag charm. I've been trying to figure out what I can do for bag charms because apparently they're very trendy and they're cute. So I'm trying to figure it out, but I don't know what. I'd be able to sew. No, I'm not gonna make Labubu monsters. That was not on construction length, so we might have to go in and just, yeah, restitch that. That's fine. Easy enough to fix. All right. So if I'm looking at the pocket back, it needs to be on the left-hand side here. Actually, maybe while we're in the city for groceries. And I think it's lined up right with the tab. Okay, yeah, it's just below the, okay, easy enough. Maybe while we're in for groceries, we'll go by Michael's and I will actually get some more seam rippers because I apparently have misplaced all those seam rippers. on, Stitching. There you are. By the way, I definitely 100% stabbed my hand with my seam ripper the other day before we left for Victoria, and oh my god, was it so sore. It's like a very precise, like surgical little stab, and it was just like, ah! It hurts so much. I say as I like work towards sensitive parts. What are you doing, Katie? Okay. Doesn't need to be much. It's only like a 1/2 inch little. Well, I guess we got to get the lobster clasp in too, but realistically, even if I reach up and push it in, that's acceptable. So, seam ripping is annoying. Seam ripping is annoying. Yeah, I know. I don't want stabby stab. Thank you. No stabby stabby, please. Today, please. Thank you. Okay, thanks. Bye. Just stitch rippy rippy. No stabby stabby. That's what it is. We need seam rips, not stabby stabbings. Oh, it's right on the edge of that fabric anyway, so that works. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. I need 1, 2, 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay. That's not bad. And then because we already had so many like basically done, we'll have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 new cat head pouches. Yay! It is the nice thing about having like a shit ton of whips that are just waiting. Sometimes it's like, all right, and now you're the chosen ones. And suddenly I have a bunch of accomplishment points. Accomplishment endorphins. You did it. Yay. Okay, we will go in with something and poke out those ears because that's not, yeah. Okay, what is the length of these things that we need? Oh, man. My head hurts. We need cat head. What do they call it? Okay, I've got, ah, there it is. Just cat. Cat gets me there. A 2x6 piece of, it's supposed to be a main fabric tab, but obviously we're not using the main fabric, so you know. In 1 inch. Okay, well. Okay, so we've got 3 that need them, and then I think the lobster clasps are in these drawers, which doesn't make sense overall, but makes sense in a messed up way. There they are. Yep. That's what I thought. 3. Ha ha ha. Okay. Now bins are in the way. Get out of here. And you can actually, oh, ooh, that's useful. Okay, So I moved the scrap bins around because I was like, oh, they can sit towards the window because, hey. But now the bins that I used to hold the whips actually fits in that space. I just freed up so much floor space. My God. Revolutionary. Okay. So we need 3 pieces, 6 inches each. Dun, 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 dun. Easy peasy. Now, normally I would use my heat knife for this because it's polyester, but no. I am not warming up the heat knife today because I'm just trying to finish some stuff up before I head out. What we'll do instead is we'll just singe the engines. Singe the engines, apparently. Singe the ends with the lighter that I've got up here somewhere. Or down here. I just had it yesterday. There it is. The good stuff. I'm apparently a professional. Do not play with fire at home. Okay. Now, yes, the dopamine is dopamining right now for sure. Which is one of the nice things about having a stash of like nearly finished whips. That is way too tight. We are opening up that seam because turning this cat head pouch through that seam or through that opening would be terrible. I can't even get my fingers in. Yeah, no, we call them accomplishment points because you get something finished and it's like, yay! And that's why finishing days around here are so stressful and so much fun. It's all the good hormones. Not the bad hormones. There you go. Okay, now that'll be easier to turn through. Good God. Okay. And what we're going to do is to try and shove the lobster clasp through the itty bitty hole that I left open. We're going to shove just the webbing through the hole, hopefully. I can see you. Yeah, there we go. Perfect? Probably not. Better than not having it in? 100%. And if you're like, Katie, why'd you singe the ends when you just trim it off anyway? I don't know. Whatever. Someone's smoking outside. Oh my God. I don't know what's about the BC weed. I do not partake in any weed, but the BC weed there was a lot of it. There's always been more usage in BC, but it's legal now across Canada. So I haven't noticed as much in Alberta recently. But yeah, there was like a guy, we stopped in Salmon Arm for Dallas to get his run in on Wednesday, and there was a guy just at the picnic table, like rolling his joints and everything like that, and it was just like, all right. And then there was a lot around Victoria. I don't know why. Maybe there's more like stuff we don't know. What don't we know? I don't know a lot. Brains, how our brains work. But yeah, the wacky tobacco was wacky tobacco. And then what brought that on is I was just thinking about the fact that we dropped them off on the kiddos at I dropped them off at school on Tuesday, and there was actual skunk. Ugh, it was disgusting. Someone got sprayed or hit a skunk or something like that. So gross. Well, I know why I singe in the like it's good, but also at the same time it's like if I'm just gonna trim it off, there's no point in singeing it right now. The tote bags, it makes sense, and the Kato, it makes sense because it's a stopper. But it's not like this can hold, like this isn't going to be under a lot of stress necessarily, I don't think. So, who knows? Oh well, whatever. Let's just get our kitty cats done. Because then the kitty cats will be done. And it'll be awesome. Skunk? Skunk is horrendous. It's got like, so lots of people call weed skunky, which it is. Sometimes it can be hard to distinguish because it's like, okay, is that a skunk from afar or is that weed? Most of the time it's weed because skunk has like a burnt rubber scent to it. That is very distinctly the skunk. Ugh, it's disgusting. But anyway, it must have happened right around the like preschool because it was just like permeating the whole, the airscape around the building. Or someone's dog got it or something. Who knows? Like, yeah. My parents own property in where they live. And, of course, so that's where I grew up, is on this property. And the fastest hightail I ever did was when I saw this, like, skunk tail waddling through the, like, bushes. It's, yeah. I was just like, all right, nope, we're leaving. Bye, skunk. Not dealing with you today. Okay. Somehow all my Poke Proddies are disappeared right now, so I'll use this metal one here in a moment. Oh yeah, these are the same print, just two colorways. So we got the purple version and we've got the like off-white version. I know it's not white because there is actually a white cat printed on it. So, ooh, there we go. Nice pointy ears here. These do get top stitched. That's part of the like closing seam. Looks like what I should do is maybe do a little clip at the base of the ears there, just to help it a little bit. There. Looks good otherwise though. This one will need to be dark top stitch, but we may as well poke its ears out. For now, yeah, looking good. Itty bitty kitties. It's the poker thing fell into my lap, I think. I don't see anything pressing in the back right now. There probably is something that fell in the back. But nothing that we're working on right now. There's some passport folders in the back there. I 100% just shuffled them over from their other resting place. I don't know how they fell down beside the desk, but they did. Those are the ones that we got to seam rip the pocket on and make into singleton or like couples passport folders. They look a little bit like devils. But they're cute. Okay, I'm gonna make a little clip in this ear corner right here, just to like ease up the stitching, because I think it might be a little bit better. I'm also going to do in the corner of the ear stitching right here and here. Is this large enough to turn this? Yeah, barely. Okay, and then we've got the sweater cat, which this zipper is like, but it feels very cat for a zipper to be that crooked in something, so we're just going with it. Come on, cat head pouch. Doon 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 doon. Come on, cats. Doon 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 doon. Come on, small of a turn. Breathing hole. Excuse me. Well, that tunnel kicked in. Yay, the headache is not gone, but it is easing. I'm pretty sure a run's going to help it too. I am leaning more towards just doing the like 5K though. 5.5, whatever it's supposed to be. Which will also give me like an extra hour of work right now. So I could do that actually. Because if I leave at 4, it's supposed to be about 45 minutes of running. And then, yeah, I think that's the better option today. Between the headache and just general exhaustion. And actually I was going to mess around with what we're doing for training right now anyway. Maybe I should do that first and see what happens. And then, yeah, and then tomorrow or Sunday I can do the tempo run. It's not tempo, no. Whatever the fuck it is. Simulation 5K, that's what it is. Yeah, I like that plan. Alright. Oh, that one is fucking adorable. I love that one. It's little fishing cats. Cute. Okay, that one's got white stitching, so it goes here. This one just needs some convincing that its cheek actually wants to be round. There we go. Or round enough. Cute. Okay, and yes, clipping into the ear turn there helped quite a bit actually. And then I did one clip at in the center, one clip in the corner ear. Going to trim down this little bit excess because that's also just going to help everything like ease around better. Clip in there, trim this down here. We have everything stitched. Good. Now did I leave myself enough? I did. Nice. This is like way easier to turn this way. And then this is also a top stitch. So so if I have a 45-minute run and I leave at 4, we're good actually. Could even just, well, no. It's like, I could even just run from here. No, I like running down by the river better. Okay. Which means I can top stitch these and then we can move on to the Kato. But hey, look at that. We'll have new product ready already. And then yeah, I'll run the drawstrings through the rabbit bags and get your handles done, Wendy, or the straps done over this weekend, and those should ship on Monday. Unless something goes sideways. But they'll ship next week for sure. So there'll be an email sent out when it gets fulfilled fully. Okay. Cat head pouches, yay. Cat head pouches, yay. Doom, 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 doom. Good. All right. Trim down some of these stray threads just so they're less concerned. Doing the actual like sewing around. Do a nice kind of there. Press out of the round. Finger press, finger press, finger press. Okay. And their chins are always a little bit flat, but it's a pouch, so. Alright, we're gonna go with a little bit smaller, shorter seam allowance. I'm gonna go in between construction and what I would normally do for a top stitch, mostly because this is well, it's both like a finish and a that's why. Yay. Okay. One done. She's cute. I totally forgot about labels. Oh well. He's done. You're welcome. Thank you for your patience on them, because, yeah. Holy. Right to the tip. Yay! Actually, the other thing we should make a few more of is some eyeglass cases. Again, we've got quite a few, but they were popular enough that I think it just needs a restock. So I don't know if that's going to happen before Knit City, or if that's probably more realistically that should be in Shindig goal, I think. Maybe. I guess we'll see. Who knows? Who knows when it will happen? Little cutie patootie. Ooh. They're going on the chair behind me because that's where the stock transition is happening right now, I guess. I don't know. But that's why you see me like chucking them over my shoulder. Actually, I think the stripes on this one actually lined up pretty well. Well, come on. Get down that ear. Thank you. No. It broke the bobbin thread. It's too thick on this corner. Damn it. No stabby stab. No stab stab. Just seam rip. Thank you. Get off of me. Get off of me. Now I'm going to finish up these, and then I'm going to go for my this speed work run, I think. Am I? Or am I just going to do it on the treadmill in the next couple days? You know what? Let's just do it on the treadmill in the next couple days. That's fine. I can do it on Sunday. Okay, don't do the 5.5K today, though. Yeah. So that's 47 minutes. See, I need to head out at 4 then instead. That's actually a better decision today. Yeah. Writing isn't giving me anything back right now, and that's part of it. It's just like energy out. I hit my, yeah, there's been a lot of running. Probably could have mentally used more of a break, but physically it was time to get back to it, or else I would have lost all of my progress. So, and even as it is, we're still regaining a lot of what I would have lost taking the break with the, to get the iron to kind of settle out a little bit. Now, I don't know if it has or not, but I am feeling better, so I'm going to assume I have settled on my iron a little bit better. But yeah, then what I'll do, so I'll do the 5K today. You're like, Katie, we don't need to know about this. I know. I'm going to yammer on about it anyway. 5K today. And the, I'll do the speed work on Sunday because I don't have a run on Monday right now. And then I'll change everything around for when I want shit to happen, basically. Which means changing the long run to Mondays again. And seeing how that impacts everything. Okay. Fishing cats are super cute. A little bit crooked. Yeah, a little bit crooked. Oh well. I don't know why these are having so much issues, because it's not like the zipper is installed on a curve, but half of them are okay and half of them are like me. just ever so slightly. Oh well, it feels very cat, I guess, so I'm not really complaining about it. It's just weird. Ooh, the roundabouts. Oh, that's why this one's wasn't finished, is because it actually needs some extra stitching around here. Anyway, the roundabout is now open for east-west traffic, which is super exciting. The 2 roundabouts, so now we're going underneath their big interchange bridge that they've been working on, and they're working on getting that also connected, which is super exciting. I'm excited. It's going to be good. Wild to go away and then come back to a whole new driving landscape, that's for sure. We'll probably end up doing the same with Knit City, as it's go away and come back and everything will be changed again. Okay, it's just this little corner right here that needs to be restitched. I'm going to open up this seam or this opening a little bit, just because it'll be a little bit easier to stitch and turn. Oh god. All right, interfacing got caught. The exterior did not get caught. So let's rectify that. Right, cats are always just a little bit, we're good. We're good. We're going to pretend that they're like orange cats and they don't have the brain cells. So they're just slightly off kilter. That's what it is. Not meh. They're off kilter. Always just a bit off kilter. And are any of us surprised? No. At least I'm not. That's for damn sure. Oh, that was the start of the top stitching. Okay, so need to go in here and just a little bit off of that original seam allowance. There we go. That should be fixed. Right? Yes, good. And let's tack down the interfacing. Ooh, and since we got it pulled out anyway, it does seem like it's actually helped to... Next time I make these, we're also pressing the rectangles we're cutting these out of, not the actual cat heads. Ha, 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 ha. That was a big fuck up on my part. These would have been easier. Also, why is there so much interface? Why didn't I not trim this interfacing down? Jesus, Katie. All right, we don't need extra interfacing in there. We do need a clip into these corners. Like that. And right here. And right here. There we go. There. I was curious why this one was set aside, because I'm like, it's basically done. What the hell happened? But yeah, not having everything stitched correctly would cause that. Oh, it's adorable. Now these could, like with this lobster hook, could actually clip to the outside of the kato. Realistically, it's probably small enough to clip onto any of the zipper pulls that we have, especially the new donut ones, but even the like number 3s right now. We can test that right now. Look at this. Yeah, so they can hook together. But that means that they would also be able to hang off of like a large box bag, a small box bag, a triangle pouch. They would probably overwhelm the triangle pouch, but you know what I mean. And they should be able to fit on the, actually, can they fit on, this is a repair one I need to do. Yeah, they fit on the minis, just in the thing here. And they should be able to fit on the D-rings of the kato as well. Let's just double check. Yes, just barely, but they do fit. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's a little bit tough. It's a little bit like long in the tongue portion, the foldy portion, but they do fit. Barely. All right. Fold it in, fold it in. Don't break the thread, don't break the thread, don't break the thread, don't break the thread. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Break the thread, don't break the thread. Oh God, it's stuck. Getting caught. Yeah, there you go. Oh my God, it's adorable. Yes, excellent. Cutie cats, cutie cats. Yeah, it's like, she's cute, but a little bit crooked. Oh my God. Okay, one last one. I think we actually already, I think this is an exact copy of the first one. Oh, not quite, but almost. The cats, there are a few different cats actually. Ha 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 ha. And done. Cute. Yeah, she turned out super cute too. Yes, and for my run, I do also need to enjoy the weather. But I think doing the 5K is going to be better for my head today. And it'll leave me with more energy to deal with Costco. In the evening. Normally I go shop in the morning, not like... Oh, that helps. I know, they're super pretty. Pretty cute. Okay. Now what other chaos are we going to get to? It feels like... Oh, right. We're going to do all the drawstring basting. Okay, that feels like a good thing to end with today so far. Excuse me. Because it is the next step that's like going to hold up the process if I don't do it. So, random zippers. La 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 la. I always feel like a magician pulling flags out of their sleeves. Oh, okay. We do have a couple that could do white stitching. Actually, they and the pandas could. There are definitely a few missing. We're just going to ignore that fact right now. Because I can't even remember if they're like close to being done. But their drawstrings need like again, light or dark top stitching. Mostly dark top stitching. And if that's the case, we'll just put them in with the ones that need dark top stitching next round. Because that makes more sense to me right now. These three, however, can be done. And then they'll need to all be cut in half and then basted together is where we're at with these guys. And then the next step after that will be getting them like installed into or like everything smashed together for assembly. Clip together for assembly, that's what it is. The nice thing about getting all of the majority of the kato to smashing together point is that that's something that's like really good to do while the kids are home, like out on the deck or something like that. So that'll be good. Oh shoot, but I got other shit to do this weekend. I got jam making to do this weekend, which I keep forgetting about. And it does have to happen before the fruit goes bad, so it's like, damn it. I have to find out if my mother-in-law's even like around to do it with, because I'm pretty sure I could figure out how to do it myself, but I prefer not to. Plus, it's a lot of skinning and pitting. So, whatever day is not that day, this is good work to do with the kids. I guess we also don't have a lot to process. We're going to make cobbler and we're going to make jam. Jam is the priority. And cherry jam, which is the one that sucks the most. Damn, cherry pitting sucks. Am I supposed to press the drawstring? 100%. Am I going to? No. I burn my fingers too much. So this is a finger preservation technique. We didn't actually end up picking peaches. The U-Pick that we went to had peaches, but they opened it today. They were actually closed on Monday when we went through. So not this time. We did, however, we got to pick cherries instead. And then we ended up the peaches that we ended up with were from a farm stand that we randomly stumbled across as we were leaving Vernon, so that worked out. But my plans were thwarted again. All right, we are turning off the machine so that if I step on the pedal, I don't accidentally get myself, because the next step is actually trimming these apart. And as much as I said that we're going to baste these together, I don't know how long that will take. In the meantime, again, yeah, we'll just turn it off so that I don't get myself. So, but anyway, we tried. The peaches that we did end up with were really good. And honestly, it was $50 for a 20-pound box. So for us in Alberta, it was like a really good deal on peaches. Cherries were even better. It was like $2.50 a pound, which I think if we went and bought them in the store, it's like $13 for 5 pounds or something like that. So now that's like taking out the factors of driving and purchase, like staying at a hotel and everything like that. But since we were already going to split the drive anyway, or we're leaning that direction, it was like, it was a good deal. And the experience, plus, yeah, the kids really enjoyed it. So we've got 2 cherry pies out of it, because it's about 4.5 cups or 4.5 pounds of cherries for 2 pies before pitting. And then probably get like a batch of jam out of them. Got about 4.5, 5 more pounds. Let's say 5 pounds probably. So yeah, and these are like late season cherries. They're very dark cherries. So I am not a big cherry person. I am much more the peach person, but I'm just glad we were able to do something. So yeah, they plan for a lighter jog today. I think is a good idea, because as much as that Tylenol helped that headache for a little bit, it has come back with a vengeance. It sucks. Oh well. I'll go. I need to restart my yoga and stuff like that, to be honest, at this point, because it's like that's one thing I'm missing, and I'm like missing it too. I hate trying to figure out how to add it in though. That's the problem. It's a tough one to add. Hello, how are you today, Zanam? We're just going through here and we're prepping stuff for Kato drawstring bags. So we're just getting the drawstring channels prepped to baste together. Don't know why we only... Actually, I think the other black cat one that this one's connected to is upstairs because they need to be cleaned. Don't know if it got cleaned. I should go check. Oops. All right, there we go. Okay, so what we did with these this time is instead of having to stitch 2 ends, I just stitched the end once. So now we're going to go in and trim it in half again, and then everything will get folded together to baste together here afterwards. Because I did skip that on this last batch before vibrations to save a little bit of time, and didn't regret the decision, but basting the drawstring together definitely helps. Or, yeah, basting the channel together helps. Police going out. That's not good. 3 police cars too. Ooh, 4. Ooh, that's really not good. What the hell? obviously I have a very scientific method of like making sure that these are cut in the middle. This one's gonna look gorgeous as a Kato. Although arguably everything turns out gorgeous as a Kato. Do love my tuxes though. Hachiware. Yes, I could do a whole stack of these, but I do start to get in trouble when, like, with making them match if I put too many layers together, so we're just going to do them individually. And there's something, like, meditative and therapeutic about just doing one at a time. I love the sound of, like, shears going through fabric. Not saying anything, but what? What I say now? I did not hear it. Usually I catch myself and then cackle, right? Oh, the professional, like, yep, no. Extremely professional. If I really wanted this to go fast, I would just stand up and do it at the cutting table with the rotary cutter. But these are also different too, that's part of it. So, since we're working with the, like, offcut basically from the side of the, like, with the fabric, I guess. Whatever the hell it is. Now the color that we have top stitched these bags in is what determines the color that we top stitch, or sorry, the color that we top stitch these channels in is how I determine what color we use to top stitch the bags. So if it's in black, we top stitch in black for the from the drawstring channel to the bag. If the drawstring channel is white, then we top stitch the bag in white. It's all professionalism over here, Wendy. What are you talking about? 24/7 professionalism. All right, I am going to trim these down, and then I am actually going to call it quits for the day. I'm going to have a nap before my run. Again, being very professional. And hope that that also helps us last a little bit of headache. Because I'm well hydrated right now. Just tired, I think. And hopefully not getting sick, actually. That would suck. But if all goes well, I should be back on tonight. All going well, being that the kids go to bed well and early enough. That I can do some more streaming tonight. Tonight we'll be working on what would I work on tonight? As much as I'm prepping the kato right now, it's also like getting the zippers chosen and starting to sew those in for the small box bag would be extremely useful right now. Because then the clipping can happen over the weekend. Yeah, so actually that's what we'll do then. We'll sit down and we'll start the matching for the small box bags for their zippers. I think that will work the best. That's a weird sounding one. Oh no, it's an ambulance probably now. Nope. Oh, it's like the ambulance light maybe? Or a ghost car? If that's a ghost car, then that's like the 5th cop car to go out. Yeesh. Oh yeah, and I'll do a dig through the bin and see if I can find more of the kato that might have been mistaken for totes. Because I'm pretty sure it's like I haven't seen this one, and I haven't seen like this sketchy cat one or the sushi cats in a sushi restaurant either. Yeah, that is not good. 5, like 4 is significant. 5 is even worse. And I guess we got to also figure out which ones still need to be exterior sewn, because we did do a lot of work for progressing kato, obviously, but there's still quite a few that haven't had their exteriors like sewn, or their interiors either. So I also think we might be short some interiors, which I don't know how, but studio gremlins. We're going to blame it on the gremlins. I haven't given a whiskey offering for a while, so that might need to happen. Yeah, I'll go through the tote bin. Maybe we'll pick out a few of the totes, since I'm like, we'll finish some totes. I don't know what the some totes is. Here's the thing, is tote bags are pretty straightforward and easy. Their cost mostly coming from how much fabric goes into them. So yeah, tote bin sort, select some out. 25. I think 25 is doable. There's lots in there that I think will sell better than what's selling right now too. That's part of it. Because like I said, we ended up focusing really hard into the navy because we were waiting for those goddamn black zipper pulls for so fucking long. So it's stuff like the, there's hedgies and stuff like that in there that will sell really well. So I want to get them in circulation. And then this weekend will be a lot of sewing prep, and sewing prep as in sewing prep for the kato for clips together, and sewing prep for test sews as well. Because if we are going to try and get anything in for Knit City, it needs to be test sewn and like cut next week basically. So anyway, that is the trajectory right now. We'll see if I get downstairs tonight or not. Hopefully. But if I don't, I will chat with y'all next week at some point when Dallas is home, hopefully. And if not, then the week afterwards. Anyway, hope you all have a fantastic night and day or morning, wherever, whenever you are. And I'll chat with y'all very soon. Bye.